Hello. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. I didn't have to look at my phone for that. Um, yeah. Let's go. I'm gonna get that window open in a second. Fortunately, it did in fact just auto-save, so I was worried about that. I checked it yesterday though, so we're good. It's just gonna slip right into it. I'm tired. I'm always tired. I say that a lot too, huh? Bet. Dawn. Hey Dawn, tracking down a lead? You bet. I heard a juicy new rumor. Turns out when Sharper Valentine died, he left behind a peculiar last will and testament. Peculiar how? He didn't just give his kids an inheritance. There were conditions. Like what? The document stipulated that Eris had to take on a child as her ward. These are big words for 12-year-olds. A kid our age who just showed up to town one night with a lawyer. Solomon? Bingo! The little Doberman kid running away from the big dog lady. So Eris was forced to take care of him? Yep, or she would have lost everything. Why would Sharper care so much about some random kid? Rumor has it old Sharper sowed some wild oats. That explains the way Eris treats him. Why would you even know that? You're 12! Why would you know what that means? Don't you dare, little lady. Tables are not for little babies. No, they are not. They're not. You're cute, though. Poor Solomon. How did you find all this out? A good reporter never reveals her source like that. Alright, bye. She's still reading. He met his old friend's eyes and was greeted with nothing but ice-cold anger. Heavens, this is no time for fractured friendships. Excuse me, what are you doing? Just locking up for the night, sir. Oh, wonderful. I can only assume this means all festival preparations have been completed ahead of schedule. Not exactly, sir. The storm set us back a bit, and it's getting late, so we all decided to... You all decided? Yes, sir. I was unaware that your job involved deciding things. We are all here at Perennial Harvest because we believe in creating a better future, yes? Yes, sir, very much, sir. Do you want to be the one to tell this town that we failed them? No. That we gave up because there was a little rainstorm and we all got sleepy? Of course not, sir. Good, then it's decided. Yes, sir, we'll work till the task is done. See that you do. Our harvest awaits. It's not a very good business model. I don't think I got any new ones. Yeah, I'm gonna look anyway. What are you doing? Oh, I haven't opened my thing yet. There we go. I do. Pungent.
Luca wrapped a twig of thyme around the hook. Some fish have refined taste.
Ow. Easy there, buckaroo. You don't know your own strength. Yeah. I tried a little too hard.
Luca wrapped some fish.
watch, that's right. Property of Sharper Valentine. Figures. If he had his way, property of Sharper Valentine would be written on everything in this town. Should we give it back to him? He might not even want it back. The man's got a contentious relationship with time. We'll keep it here in case he ever wants to pick it up. Alright, bye, Dad. Rollo, are you still up there? Yes. I'm sorry, Rollo isn't accepting visitors at the moment. Come back never.
Luca had only ever heard him speak in this stiff yet gentle tone a few times, and it always meant one thing.
You're upset. Oh, what makes you say that? Maybe because my best friend abandoned me for no reason? I didn't abandon you. I'm just a little late.
Rollo scoffed.
The rain held me up. Liar. You weren't even home. What? The storm got bad and I got worried. So I went looking for you. Imagine my surprise when I made it to your house and you weren't there. I hadn't made it back yet. I'm not a fool, Luca. It doesn't take all day to deliver some jam. No, that storm rolled in out of nowhere and I got stuck after dinner at Beck's.
Luca stumbled on his words, knowing he'd said too much.
Beck? Dinner? What the heck is a Beck? She's a new kid in town. She's actually kind of cool. You'd like her. She needed help convincing her parents that she'd made new friends. New friends? I spent all day waiting for you, and you were off making new friends? It's not like that, Rollo. You know, while I was waiting, I made some upgrades to mission control. It was gonna be a surprise, but you took so long, the storm knocked it all down. Just like you knocked down our friendship. What does that even mean?
Luca became instinctively angry in response. Both boys were now shouting across the distance.
It means you're a bad friend. You don't care about me. Of course I care, you ass. I knew I'd get in trouble waiting so late for you, but I kept my word. 'Cause that's what friends do. Oh wow, what a noble sacrifice you made. Easy for you to say. Your grand doesn't even care. You can stay out as late as you want, and you wouldn't even get in trouble. Seriously? You're acting like I chose this? If that's what you think, then maybe you're the bad friend.
Rollo's tone changed to a calm, yet more intense anger.
Maybe Pa's right. The storm brings more than water. This one brought the real Luca. Quit quoting your Pa's nonsense like it means anything. Yeah, well, at least my Pa's still around. Oh.
The words hung in the cold night air. Rollo's stomach dropped, knowing he'd crossed a line.
Yeah,
but it was too late.
Luca, hey. Good night, Rollo. Dang it.
Luca dug through his old stuff, not even sure what he was looking for.
Handball. Rollo. What a jerk. Call me a bad friend. Ooh, I'm Rollo. Look at me, my amazing family. Come on. Let it. Alright, bedtime. I guess I'm just never supposed to make new friends. Luca?
Gran cooed gently from the hallway.
You slept straight through breakfast. Luca, are you alright? I'm fine. I just don't feel like getting up yet. Okay, I'll leave this oatmeal by the door. I've got to run out and take care of some things, okay? I'll be back later to check in. Sure.
Luca just wanted to be alone. He waited to hear the sound of the front door closing.
Can I exit the room? If Rollo thinks I'm still going to the festival with him, he can shut it. Alright, so no, I can't. I bet Rollo's still gonna go to the festival. He's gonna be miserable. Something's supposed to happen.
Luca dozed off again.
Luca, I see you didn't eat your oatmeal. Wasn't hungry. Well, just in case you get hungry, I'll leave a sandwich here too. Thanks. Rollo came by. What did he say? He wanted to talk to you. What did you say? I told him you weren't feeling well. Good. So your plan is just sit in your room all day? Pretty much. Well, I need to pop away again for a minute. If you decide to end your pity party and go outside, I think it'd do you some good. Noted.
Luca still couldn't bring himself to go out. Besides, if he ran into Rollo, he'd have to actually confront the situation.
Nope. There's never anything interesting at the festival anyway. Oh, there we go. Dang it. Come on. There we go.
The Adventures of Hank Atomic.
The complete first volume.
Luca carefully opened the cover and began to read. Rollo had received it for his birthday. A special hardcover edition with behind-the-scenes commentary and bonus art. Rollo cherished it, but asked that Luca keep it at his house. Luca wasn't sure if it was because Rollo didn't trust himself with it, didn't trust his sister around it, or just wanted an excuse to come hang out at Luca's more often. Whatever the reason, Luca didn't mind, but it had stayed right there where Rollo had stashed it ever since. Now, at the foot of his bed, Luca lost himself in the pages. He'd read it all before, but at this moment, it somehow felt sentimental. He was well into issue number 5 when he heard soft footsteps from the hallway.
Luca, another little friend came to see you. A girl named Beck Mudwill. I forgot. She said you met yesterday? What did she say? Is she here? She was just dropping by. I told her you weren't taking visitors today. Oh. She seems nice. Yeah. You had a fight with Rollo, didn't you? Can I come in? Maybe later. Alright then. I'll leave dinner on the kitchen table. In case you want a bite before bedtime.
Without realizing it, Luca had pouted away the entire afternoon. He once again felt the weight of it all and allowed his weary eyes to close. Luca stood in a vast black expanse. He looked up at his father standing beside him. Walt was working a straw at the bottom of a fountain glass, trying to collect the last bits of milkshake. Dad, where are we? Taking a final loud gurgling sip, his father peered up from the glass. He jangled the straw playfully with a warm smile, then lifted the empty glass as if to point into the darkness. The source? Luca's eyes followed his father's gesture. In an instant, he was sitting in front of a blazing campfire. Across from him sat a large figure in a yellow hazmat suit. The figure's voice was a scratchy echo. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, make yourself comfortable. Luca held his shivering hands over the flame to warm himself. It doesn't work that way here. Their yellow-gloved hand pointed to the base of the flame. It's a cold flame. See? Luca peered at the base of the fire. It wasn't wood that was burning. It was Beacon Pines itself. Tiny buildings, freezing and crumbling as they were consumed by flame. Luca could see small shadows moving in the burning city. People. Luca leapt to his feet. We've got to help them! The figure gave a dismissive wave of their hand. Why waste energy helping people who can't even help themselves? The figure bent down to examine the panicked crowd as they desperately tried to stop the flames. They only care about what's right in front of them, not like us. Luca's voice was a trembling whisper. Us? The figure slowly stood up, grabbing its helmet with both hands. With a jolt and a twist, the suit emitted a gasp. A cloud of torpid mist escaped, slowly revealing the face within. Luca's own face looked back at him. Older, worn, distant. The sensation was oddly familiar, as if he'd caught his own reflection by surprise in the mirror. The doppelganger smiled. I tried to help once. He gestured towards his face. And all it got me was this. Luca staggered back. You aren't me. Luca felt a hand catch his shoulder. His father was there again, beside him. Every choice sets us on a path. This is the end of one of your paths, son. Luca watched his older self shake its head ruefully, its face twisting into a cruel grin. Well, Dad, if you wanted him to see this, far be it from me to disappoint. Luca watched in shock as the figure took a confident step forward and plunged into the flames. In a flash of cold, what does all of the... Luca felt a reassuring squeeze on his shoulder.
Sorry, I hit the button. Something went into the flames. What does this mean? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to push the button.
Just remember, why we choose matters just as much as what we choose.
Keeping my hands away from the controller right now.
Luca woke up to see a hazy figure at the foot of his bed, silhouetted in the morning sun.
Mom? No, dear. It's only Gran.
Luca rubbed his eyes. The kind, concerned face of his Gran came into focus.
Sorry, I'm also eating my breakfast. I got up late. Didn't wake up late. But it's my day off. So I got up like an hour ago. How are you feeling? Fine? Anything you want to talk about? I don't feel like talking. That's just as well. How about you sit there and listen a bit? Whatever you and Rolo thought about doesn't matter. But he...
Gran silenced Luca with a gentle pat on the leg.
Fights between friends happen. What was said doesn't matter. The important thing is that it's not the last thing you ever say to each other. But he said stuff about Dad. Well, do you think he meant it? No. He was just mad. And did you mean any of the things you said to him? No. Good. One must appreciate friends in their best moments and accept them in their worst. Now get your little butt out of bed. The festival's today. You don't want to miss that, do you? I guess not. Seems like a good opportunity to make amends with Rolo, doesn't it?
Luca gave a reluctant nod.
So buy him a corn dog and apologize. But he's the one that... What did I just say? Buy him a corn dog. That's a good boy. Everything's better with corn dogs. I need to get going now. Got some last-minute festival business to take care of. I'll come find you at the fountain at a little after lunch. Alright. I love you, Luca. I love you too. It's so nice.
Luca
She
took a
does her
deep breath.
best. She does great. Okay. Where'd the soccer ball go?
Chapter 6. Through thick and thin. Despite Luca's bitterness, Gran was right. He needed to hash things out with Rolo. A big fight changes the nature of a friendship. Whether, in the end, it is for the better or for the worse, all comes down to understanding. If one is not careful, the same familiarity that builds the strongest of bonds can become the wrecking ball that shatters them. Luca emerged from seclusion, taking in the crisp festival air. But the events of the day weren't on his mind. He had to find Rollo.
Can I go up this way? I haven't ever gone up this way after the fact. Come on. Not anymore? Okay. Alright, there's nothing to do up there. Now I know. No more sneezing? Suddenly over your reaction to... Oh, there you go. There you are. Luca, Roland wanted me to tell you something. What is it?
Roxy rolled her eyes, shaking her head.
A space adventure, though you needn't buy it. If ye be brave, go somewhere quiet. Roxy, I don't... It's a riddle, Luca. My goofy little brother wants you to find him.
Luca looked down and kicked at the dirt.
Look, I know you two had a fight. The only thing more annoying than my little brother is my little brother without his best friend. So I'm doing this one favor. I'm doing him this one favor. Now I need one favor from you. Whatever it is that went down between you two, squash it. Oh boy. I want a little tree like that. Unique New York. Unique New York. God. I know why he's doing that now. Unique New York. Unique New York. Huh? Oh, don't mind me. Just warming up for my big ceremony speech.
Mr. Kerr pointed to his grinning mouth.
Gotta limber up the old gap box. You nervous? Oh, heavens no. Well, break a leg. Give me the gift. I didn't push a button. He just zipped through that. Gift box? I don't know. How goes the beetle hunt? Pretty rotten. I haven't seen so much as an excuse. And it's not just the beetles. This morning I couldn't find any critters at all. It's like everything that buzzes or skitters just packed up and left. I'm sure they're out there somewhere. Maybe all the commotion of the festival just spooked them. Why wouldn't it have scared off the birds, though? You can still hear them. Yeah, maybe that's it. Welcome to our festival. Don't forget to come back later for Mr. Kerr's speech and the Perennial Harvest Festival sign reveal. You don't want to miss it. I don't know who Perennial Harvest thinks they're impressing with this ridiculous festival. Totally. The town's still falling apart, the weather's still cruddy, and this season's harvest looks like it's gonna be the worst. I can't read. Looks like it's gonna be worse than last year's. You said it. Do you have any original thoughts in that little squirrel head? No amount of corporate pandering is gonna change any of that. Exactly. But the lemonade at the drink stand over there does look pretty tasty. Fits. I'm still gonna be mad at them. I'd just rather be mad while sipping some delicious lemonade is all. You know what, fair enough.
Jeff was staring into the distance with a wistful look.
His name is just Jeff, but it's got an extra letter. Hey Jeff, everything alright? Huh? Yeah, everything's fine. I mean, used to be fine. Just ain't right these days, you know? I really do, actually.
Jeff turned to Luca with a furrowed brow, then gave an understanding nod.
You do, don't you?
For a moment, the two now shared that same wistful gaze.
Alright. Hahaha, every single time. Yup. Wait for it. Unexplained sound once again noted. Like clockwork. What a bunch of drones. Haha. Ain't moving. Good for you. This is the first time I've seen this many smiling faces since the foul harvest. I had my doubts about perennial harvest, but I must admit, they do put on a nice party. What say you? Nothing? No? Okay. Piper, you're actually taking a break from studying. I wanted to see what the festival fuss was about. But I can't help but notice you still brought your backpack full of books. Luca, backpacks can carry a lot more than just books. True, true. So what you got in there? Books. You guys got anything? Hi, Luca. How's Griffin doing? What? Oh, nothing.
Cereal became flesh.
Just pretend I didn't say anything. Can I, like, derail this whole... Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Luca, did you know that Beacon Pines is actually unincorporated? A lot of people don't know that. Wow, yeah, I didn't know. What's that mean? It means most public works are handled internally. We do all the pipelines, the water treatment, building regulations. That's great. Census taking, emergency services. I was able to return the perennial harvest safety suit you borrowed. I don't think anyone noticed. Good. Now, will you tell me what you needed it for? Oh, sorry. It was a favor for the enemy of my enemy. This isn't gonna harm Mr. Kerr, is it? All you need to know is that it's for the good of the family. Why aren't you at the festival, Dawn? I've got a question for you. What do you think this whole festival is for? The way I figure it, Perennial Harvest is trying to win over the town. Like a bribe, but with balloons. Cynical. I like where your head's at. That's what I assumed at first, too, until I eavesdropped on a couple of gossipy clipboards. What if I told you that this whole thing is really a special shindig for a super secret guest of honor? A special guest? Who? I haven't dug that deep yet, but whoever it is, PH thinks that they're a big deal. I can read, I promise. Oh wait, you have a thing to say, I think. Yeah. A most welcoming of welcomes. Would you like to share your thoughts? We always strive to improve. Nope. The library, somewhere quiet. I'm looking around first. I don't think there's anything to do. Hey, they cleaned up the gunk. Yeah, might as well. Alright. Hey Jace, still working through the newest Hank Atomic? You know it. Some fascinating canon towards the end. Did you know Hank Atomic's shrink array doesn't technically shrink stuff? It uses inverse quantum particle decay to literally grow the entire universe around an object, leaving that object unaltered. So it just looks shrunk compared to everything else? Bingo. That's wild. But Jace, no spoilers please. Spoilers, did I say that weird? I think I said that weird. Oh, right, sorry.
Mycological phosphorescence.
Ugh, more like complete loss of interest. Yeah. Hey, Luca.
Kato's eyes lit with excitement.
I've been expecting you. Bravo on deciphering the first riddle. The first. Oh, you didn't think that was all, did you? Rollo does go all out, doesn't he?
Kato straightened up and cleared his throat as if preparing to sing.
Ahem. On planet Farple, you may take issue. When the fifth king dies, you'll need a tissue.
Kato stared at Luca eagerly.
Get it? Want me to tell you? No, it's okay. Let me figure it out. Alright, when you find it, bring it here to be verified. And if you decide to want a hint, the offer still stands. Comic books up here.
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 5, from the shelf.
Once you've got a book, you can either bring it here to me, or just grab a different one. Ah, you found it.
Kato removed his book from the desk and replaced it with Luca's, turning on the lamp. As he slid the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed. The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue 5. Luca clicked his tongue with recognition.
Rollo's cipher pen. He used to write secret messages everywhere with that. And only I had the special flashlight needed to reveal it. But I lost it. Well, apparently he traded Jeff for this purple light bulb. Parted with his entire Halloween candy stash. Oh, Rollo. Now let's see here.
Kato began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word.
Get away with such a grift.
He continued flipping.
Only found in Grub Cart.
Reaching the end of the book, Kato looked up.
That's it. Grift in Grub Cart? Grift in Griffin. Griffin's Grub Cart. He wants me to go to Griffin's snack stand. Brilliant. I guess you're off then? Good luck on the rest of the scavenger hunt. Thanks, Kato. Hey, Griffin. Did Rollo
Before
come?
Luca could finish his sentence, Griffin handed him a corn dog.
Hold on, I'm gonna finish the last bit of my food here. Let's turn this off real quick. Right, we're good. Oh, that's it? Bought and paid for. Enjoy. I thought there was supposed to be a riddle or
Luca
something.
shrugged, taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog.
Yuck. It's cold. Oh yeah, that's been sitting here for a while. Rollo wanted me to be sure to give you that one specifically. Well, that's
Luca
just...
tongued at his cheeks, feeling something rough between his teeth. He reached into his mouth and pulled out a slip of paper.
Oh, come
He
on.
shook off the bits of corn dog to read the slip.
A pickup when you need some pep. Near the fountain, up the step.
Luca finished off the remainder of the corn dog.
This is getting to be a whole thing. I'm gonna check with her like all the time, honestly. There you are, Luca. There's no way I'm actually doing this. It's way below my pay grade. Oh, come on, you big stiff. Let the kids have some fun. Fine. Rollo owes me one.
Lumi waved his hands around sarcastically as he began.
What takes flight but has no wings, your final task of friendship brings. See, that wasn't so hard. Ugh, I feel cheapened somehow. I think it's sweet. Good luck, Luca. Hey. Hey. Did you find the comic book? Yep. And you got the corn dog? Yeah. Well then, I know it doesn't make up for what I said, but here, you've earned this.
Rollo sheepishly handed Luca the balloons.
Thanks. You didn't have to go to all this trouble. I'm sorry I got so mad. Dang it, you were supposed to let me apologize first. Oh, sorry. Now you've apologized twice before me. Just let me do this. Luca, I'm really sorry. With everything that's happened with your mom and all, I've always wanted to be there for you. Be a good friend, you know? When you said you were hanging out with someone else, I kind of freaked out. Rollo. Still my turn. I felt like if you needed some new friend to help you, it meant I wasn't good enough. That was selfish and wrong. I was wrong. I'm so sorry, Luca. Okay, apology over. You can talk now.
Luca threw himself at Rollo, hugging him as tightly as he could.
Rollo, I don't deserve you. I don't deserve you either. That's why we deserve each other. So, what else do you want to do today? We could snoop around and try to find some info about your mom. Snoop where? We could probably sneak into Perennial Harvest HQ while everyone's at the festival. Aren't you curious about all the stuff those clipboards write down? What if we get caught? I think I've had enough excitement for 1 week. Let's make the rest of the day about us. Really? Yeah, the rest of the world can wait 1 more day. You know, I have been wanting to get some work done on the MCDC at Mission Control. The aim is a bit unpredictable. That sounds perfect. We're getting right up to about where I... God dang. Last played it till... Are you not going to the festival? Did you hear? After Mr. Kerr gives his big speech, they're gonna have the first annual Biggest Catch competition. As long as a boot qualifies as a catch, I'm a shoo-in. Ha! Good luck! Maybe I have something new. I don't know. Nope.
Luca rapped. Hey.
Yeah. Alright. Worth a shot. Oh, I almost forgot. I ran into your gram this morning. She asked me to give you
Rollo
this.
handed Luca an unopened letter.
I'll wait for you inside if you want to read it now. A letter?
Luca, some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand. If I am honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you. None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much. We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward. But if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried. Everything I've done, I did for you. I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran.
I love you too, Gran.
Luca folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder.
It kind of sounds like she's gonna disappear. What's up with the letter? Anything you want to talk about? Maybe later. Sure, whenever you want. You know, you really didn't have to go through all that trouble just to apologize. I know, but we've been looking forward to the festival for weeks. After I ruined everything with my big mouth, this was the best way to make sure you still had a good time without me.
Luca was at a loss for words, but that was fine. Words aren't always necessary.
The festival seemed nice. Was it nice? We can still go. Nah, this is fine. Well, there's always next year.
Sadly, this was untrue. A distant rumble shook the treehouse.
Huh? What was that? Aw, man, we missed the fireworks.
It was not fireworks. It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as time itself. A shockwave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable chill. Before they could react, it encased them in ice. Two boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a silent treehouse turned statuary, in a town brought low by its secrets, sits a pair of friends, alone, together, for the rest of time. The end. No, that can't be the ending. It simply can't. I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either. There are more endings, more possibilities. I can feel it. We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
And that's where I left off. So everything beyond this point is new to me as well, which is always fun. I've been so ready to do this. Alright, so you got 1, 2, and 3. That 3 different choices. I kind of want to do this. Let's see what happens if...
Well, time to bust out the tickles.
Hey Tish, want to see something cool? Yup. Check it.
Beck lunged forward and began to tickle under Tish's arms.
What the? Tish, is she tickling you? Yup. Yup. Yup.
Tears began to form in Tish's eyes as she gasped for breath between gales of laughter.
Yup.
Redoubled her efforts until Tish finally had had enough.
Yup. What just happened? She seems nice. Sorry for the interruption. I think you were just threatening us.
Iggy's eyes darted around, a realization dawning on his face that he was now outnumbered.
I just remembered I have somewhere to be. See you around, new kid.
Iggy kicked at the puddle before making his escape.
No! Oh. Well, apparently someone gets fucked up by the puddle. God damn it. Whoa, what a little creep. Beck, I think you got a little ooze in your
Beck
hair.
shook the ooze out of her hair as best as she could.
Is it bad? It depends. What are your feelings about having a mature... Oh my god, I can't read. A more mature, refined look. Oh god.
Chapter 4. The Best Policy. Luca paused for a moment, catching his breath. He'd only just met Beck, and somehow he already managed to drag her into this mess. Hopefully he could make it up to her. But finding Rollo was his primary concern.
Luca, what the hell are you doing out here? And why did a kid with gray hair just run past us in a panic?
Roxy and Fitz looked drained. It was clear they'd spent all day searching.
That's Beck. I don't care who she is. What happened? We were just helping look for Rollo. Luca, I need you to start telling me the truth.
Roxy's temper could often be dismissed as the impatience of an older sibling, but this was the most intense Luca had ever seen her. Her eyes were wild and unfocused, looking straight through Luca.
We're running out of
In
time.
a torrent of rambled words and tears, Luca broke down.
Rollo and I weren't just playing in Weepwoods yesterday. We were investigating lights at the old Valentine warehouse, but someone was there in a strange suit, and we hid in a dumpster and had a heavy bag dropped on us, and I think it was a body. And so we ran, but we got split up, and I ran home, and it's all my fault, and now my best friend may never come back. Wow. Just wow.
Roxy, still exhausted and angry, softened briefly as her eyes hunted the ground in thought. With a determined sigh, she looked up at Luca.
It's not your fault, Luca. Rollo's gonna be okay, I promise.
Roxy drew herself up.
I'm gonna fix this. Luca, go home. But I want to help. This is too dangerous for a kid. I can't just sit around. I have to do something.
Roxy tried to think of the safest place to send Luca.
You go back to that little treehouse you two like to play in. Wait there in case Rollo shows up. Sound like a plan?
Luca wiped his cheeks and gave a quick nod.
You did the right thing telling me the truth. Now scoot. Are you gonna say anything about the puddle? You really believe his story? What other option do we have? Things have been strange around here, leading up to the festival. My dad has been acting weird lately. Oh, is your dad the squirrely man? Oh my god, actually. I don't think I noticed a tail on him, but he does act very squirrely and very nervous all the time. So I mean, they're also both like brown furred, so. And I guess his ears are kind of like hers too. I don't remember what he looks like. All I remember was that they both have brown fur. Well, weirder than normal. He is pretty weird.
Looking into the puddle, Roxy rubbed her arms to warm up.
A good weird. I like him. Why is it so cold here? This place gave me the willies. Don't touch the puddle. No, can't go back. Fine. Probably should have said something about the pup. Is she gonna be this way, though? Probably not. This is a different timeline. Rollo's missing, and there isn't a whole dinner thing, I think.
Mr. Nuncreed jumped with a start.
Whoa, don't sneak up on an old fella like that. Sorry. Who are you talking to? What?
Luca motioned to the phone booth.
Oh, no. I was just checking because I thought I heard it ring. But the dang thing never does, of course. Yeah, I've never seen anyone use it, really. The whole thing's a waste of money, if you ask me. Any word from Rollo yet? Not yet. Long time for a boy to lose his way. Rollo knows those woods too well to get lost. I suppose you're right. Silly boy's antics have this whole town worried sick. Antics? We all know Rollo likes to play his little pranks. You think this is a prank? What other possible explanation could there be? He's not playing a prank, and he didn't get lost. Someone took him. I know it. How would you know that? Unless... Luca, is there something else that you know?
Mr. Nuncreed gently placed one of his substantial hands on Luca's shoulder.
Dang it, boy, if there is something you know, something that could help your friend, you need to tell folks.
Luca peered up at Mr. Nuncreed. Kind eyes warmed a stern face. There was a deeper emotion hiding beneath it all. It was subtle, but Luca could sense something eating away at him. There was a shame lurking behind those eyes.
Oh?
A deep sadness. If Mr. Nuncreed was that worried about Rollo, maybe he could help.
Yesterday, Rollo and I were messing around at the old Valentine warehouse.
Mr. Nuncreed raised an eyebrow.
Both of you? You were with Rollo when he went missing? Not exactly. I was hiding in the dumpster. The dumpster? What were you doing there? At first, we were just looking around. Then someone in a strange yellow suit came and dumped something on us. We both got scared and ran. That was the last I saw him. You got scared by some garbage? Well, that's why you don't go skulking in someone's dumpster. But it wasn't garbage. I think it was a body. I'm sure it was just some trash. No, there was a name tag. It said Deep
Mr.
Engineering.
Nuncreed's shoulders slumped.
I wish you wouldn't have said that.
A deep sigh bellowed from his chest.
Why did you have to? I tried, Luca. God knows I tried to keep you safe. Uh-oh.
Luca attempted to take a step back, but Nuncreed's hand clamped down on his shoulder.
Uh-oh. But you Van Horns just can't help yourselves, can you? Uh-oh! We were all so close to being done with
With a firm
this.
shove, Nuncreed manhandled Luca into the phone booth.
What are you doing? It's out of my hands
The door
now.
latched shut with a mechanical hiss.
Shit. Were you the guy in the hazmat suit?
As Luca pounded the glass, the floor dropped from under his feet. The inside of the phone booth was now a loose capsule plummeting at gravity's whim. Luca winced and pressed his hands to the walls. As he braced for impact, the capsule hurried to a surprisingly smooth stop. He felt a cold rush of air and opened his eyes with hesitance. Two large figures in hazmat suits occluded his view. Luca heard the deep, resigned voice of Mr. Nuncreed over an intercom. He knows too much. The end.
God damn it.
Wait. No. This isn't the end. I know there's still much more. Somehow this went wrong. Okay, let's try something else.
Okay, so not shame. But I don't have any other option. We've done that. So I've got break or flight. Are we gonna flee? Let's flee. Fight or flight?
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Flight. He squinted down the barrel of the mission control defense cannon, aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches. He looked up with surprise as it struck true and taut.
Wow, I can't believe that worked. Hey, Mr. Kerr. We'd love to hear your thoughts. But I'm afraid we have places to be. Come on, Iggy. See you, jerks. Ow, your hands. Fine, we know where that leads them. This way, we'll take the tunnels.
Luca and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the thicket. The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. What the? That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice. In fact, it was ice. Chapter 5. Signs. They stood silently, catching their breath. The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs. Let's keep moving. Luca pulled Iggy to his feet as they gazed across a snowy terrain.
That was actually pretty badass. Uh-huh. I think we lost him. Are we up in the mountains? I don't think so. If anything, we went downhill. Then what's up with the Winter Wonderland? All I know is there's no going back the way we came. Let's see if we can get our bearings. Follow me. Luca? Luca, are you there?
Luca had almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying.
It's that bozo Kerr. I hope nothing bad has happened to you out in those woods. Stop vibrating. Turning that off. No sounds.
Luca looked at Iggy with hesitation.
No need to be
With a
rude.
resigned sigh, Luca responded.
Seems like the only dangerous thing in the woods is you. He speaks, the young man of the hour. Now, how in tarnation did you end up with one of our radios? Just lucky, I guess. Boy, howdy, you Van Horns are full of surprises, aren't you? You knew my parents? I never had the honor of meeting your father, but your mom sure was a handful.
Luca winced, shoving the walkie-talkie back into his pocket.
We gotta keep moving. Okay, so I guess that's the way I'm supposed to go. I wanna look at what's this way. Oh. Wait. But that would make that Luca's house. What's the readout? Sitting just above 258 Kelvin. That's down a bit from last time. Should we report this to Mr. Kerr? Still within safe ranges. It may be spreading, but it's under control for now. Even a small nudge in the equilibrium could cause a cascade. Dude, relax. Just a few more sites to hit before we can punch out. Let's get this over with. What's all this? Hard to say with all the snow. I think it's a town sign. I can almost make out the letters under there. What town could this even be? There couldn't be another town this deep into Weep Woods. I'm looking at evidence to the contrary. Let's figure out what we're dealing with here. Step 1, snow's gotta go. Let's see what I can do. This is the tree. And that's where Luca's house was. Is it on wheels? I didn't notice any wheels. In situations such as these, I find it best to chuck stuff first and ask questions second. Okay, but... snowball. Oh yes. Throw snowballs at the snow to make the snow go away. Welcome to Beacon Pines.
The boys stared in disbelief at the sign that now clearly read, "Welcome to Beacon Pines."
This doesn't make any sense. We're in Beacon Pines? How's that possible? We ran away from town. How did we get back here? I guess we got turned around. Where did all this snow come from? Well, it's been colder than normal lately. There's a pretty big difference between sweater weather and this Arctic hellscape. The puddle we fought at before, it was cold too. Maybe all this leads to one source. You think it's related? What the hell is going on? We're gonna get you some answers. Let's keep moving. This stuff looks familiar to you? It looks like the puddle near the barrel near the puddle I shoved me into, yeah. Well, I can't get to the treehouse now.
The fencing listened, each chain link encapsulated with a translucent layer of ice.
Looks like the stuff they put up around Weep Woods. The stuff who put up? I don't know. It's all frozen.
Looking down at the frozen stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice.
Whatever happened here, it happened fast. The fish didn't even have time to run. Or, you know, swim run.
The crunching of footsteps trailing Luca went hush. He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion.
Everyone's gone. What? There's nothing here but more snow. There must be an explanation for all this. We have to keep looking. You can look all you want. I quit. Iggy, we have to keep going. You don't get it, do you? This isn't one of your pathetic Hank Atomic stories. We aren't going to save the day. We aren't even gonna save ourselves. My face is mangled, the town is destroyed, and everyone we've ever known is gone. We don't know that. You can't just quit. What is happening with this? Do whatever you want. I'm done. Iggy, it's gonna be okay.
Luca peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry. Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion, and more than a little guilt.
It is getting pretty late, I think. Probably not a great idea to stumble around in the dark anyway.
Luca allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy.
Let's just rest for a
The
bit.
boys huddled together for warmth and comfort. If not for exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day. As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb.
The way the snow covered everything over, it's kind of calming. Yeah. I haven't had time to say it, but thanks. Huh? For getting us away from those creeps. I sorta froze up back there. Iggy, I should be the one apologizing. This all happened because I lost my temper. Nah, that's bull hockey. First of all, you didn't know what that gun could do. You didn't, right? Of course not. And second, stop with this baloney about losing your temper. But I did lose my
Iggy
temper.
motioned sarcastically to his half-deformed face.
Obviously. But that's exactly what you should have done. Huh? I was being a horse's ass. You were supposed to be a horse's ass in response. That's how it works. Iggy, I'm having a hard time following. You wanted me to fight you? Of course. Jeez, you goody-goody types take forever to understand this very basic point. Why would you go around saying cruel things trying to get into
Iggy
fights?
shrugged.
It's something to do. You're an asshole because you're bored? Sometimes I just feel empty. You wouldn't understand. You and Rolo are always having a blast together. Laughing and calling that dinky little treehouse mission
Iggy
control.
wept openly.
Perfect little Luca Van Horn. With his perfect little life. My life is not perfect. Everybody in town likes you. Not everybody. Hell, that new girl hasn't even unpacked yet and she already likes you. You have
He
Tish.
wiped his nose with a sleeve.
I love Tish. Tish is great. But she ain't exactly the world's greatest conversationalist, you know?
Luca gave a warm chuckle.
I get that impression.
Iggy cleared his throat as he wiped his eyes.
It must be raining out here. Definitely.
Iggy arched into a wide yawn.
We should probably try to get some sleep. Yeah. Let's lay low for now. Tomorrow we'll get to the bottom of
Luca's
this.
eyelids began to slowly drift shut.
You're gonna sleep outside in the snow? Luca? Yeah? I always did want to see the inside of your dinky little treehouse. What do you think? Not bad. I'll give you the full tour when we get back. You know what?
That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep. Iggy snuggled in some more.
When it comes to the worst days of my entire life, this one wasn't half bad.
The house smelled of warm bread. Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room rug. He looked up to see his parents on the couch. His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming a song. A voice behind Luca spoke. "This is how you remember them, huh?" Luca turned to see his own face. The doppelganger from his dreams, still clad in a yellow hazmat suit, still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes. Aww, look at this perfectly cozy scene. You know it wasn't really like this. The figure picked up a toy block and inspected it. It's amazing the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's memories, all warm and fuzzy. You don't remember, do you? Luca snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand. Remember what? The doppelganger doppelganger pointed to the couch. The last day we saw him alive. The day he chose to abandon us. Luca turned to look at his father, still lounging on the couch. That's not true. He didn't abandon us. The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively. Everything is true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Well, let me show you. The world flickered and pulsed. Luca was sitting next to his bed, listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room. Now, we both know that's not how this went. He grabbed Luca's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope. It was his parents, fighting. Do you remember what we did next? Luca gave a slow nod and crept down the hall to peek through the banister. He could see the outline of his mother at the bottom of the stairs. Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this. She was scared. His father stepped forward. What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it. I swore an oath to help people. I won't turn my back on them. Luca's mother grabbed Walt. She was crying, pleading. I can't lose you. Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this. Eleanor raised her voice. Spare me your bullshit platitudes. What about our son? Luca flinched, dropping the stethoscope down the stairs. Walt turned with a panicked smile. Luca, is that you, buddy? With tears in his eyes, Luca descended the stairs. Mom? Dad? What's going on? Walt dropped to a knee to meet Luca eye to eye. Nothing, buckaroo. Your mom and I just got a little overexcited is all. Luca placed the stethoscope against his father's chest. His heart was racing. It sounded like you were going somewhere? Walt gently removed the device from Luca's ears. Listen to me, Luca. I have some business to take care of. I'll be back in time to tuck you in. Luca hugged his father tightly. Promise? Walt stood up and walked to the door. He glanced over his shoulder. I promise. With a wink and a grin, he put on his hat and strode out into the evening sun. A figure approached soundlessly from the foggy snowfall. It stood above them, lingering in contemplation. Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head. From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively.
Get your hands off me. Always a mouse.
Whether it was the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger, Iggy felt his clenched fists lower.
Just what do you think you're
Luca
doing?
looked up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor.
You two certainly have caused a lot of commotion. What's that supposed to mean? Take it easy, Iggy. We were asleep, minding our own business. You're the one running around knocking on people's heads. I'm sorry if I hurt you, Iggy. You didn't hurt nobody. Anybody. Huh? Oh, I see. You think you're better than me. You...
When it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult.
Big-hatted, scarfy-necked furball. Okay, let's lower the temperature a bit here. Interesting choice of words. I mean, let's just all calm down. Who are you? A friend. An observer. A hitchhiker on the infinite expanse of possibility. Great. How about a name? If you must call me something, you can call me Nat.
Iggy huffed with gratification.
How about you make like a gnat and buzz off? Very well.
Nat began to turn away indifferently.
Wait, do you live here? You might say that. So you know where we are? You might also say that. Look, pal, we just want to find a safe way out of here. You gonna help us or not? Before knowing how to leave, one must know where they are. Alright, that does it. Luca, I don't know about you, but I'm getting out of here one way or
Iggy
another.
turned sharply and began to stomp off.
Enough with the riddles. Iggy, wait up.
Realizing he'd worn their patience then, Nat relented.
Very well, I suppose this isn't the time for metaphors. I'll show you how to get back home.
Luca and Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes.
Come here.
Nat took a deep breath in.
Close your eyes.
Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers.
Okay, open them.
For a brief moment, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold, until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place, cold and disheartened.
This is your home. This is Beacon Pines. Look, Nat, we don't know how we got here. Maybe we stumbled through some time travel gate in Weepwoods, or we teleported to some alternate universe, but this is all just some cool experiment by Kerr and his goons. But this is not our home. You're inching closer to the truth. Alas, the reality is much less fanciful. Just give it to us straight, so be it. As I said, this is Beacon Pines, the original, true Beacon Pines. You both grew up here, but the town you've called your home for the past several years is a replica. Oh? A remarkable achievement of engineering, to be fair, but a replica nonetheless. That's impossible. It's too much work. You need a whole town to replicate a whole town. Indeed, to pull off such a feat would require immense labor power. That which could be moved would be moved. That which could not would require a precise duplicate. We would have noticed. Someone would have noticed. You'd think so, unless the auditing was impeccable. A mind-numbing attention to detail. As for the numeral trivialities which complete the tapestry, well, you can leave that to this miraculous thing we call a brain. It has a real aversion to discontinuity, a revulsion even. The brain has a wonderful way of smoothing out the rough edges, keeping us sane. Luca and Iggy looked around uncomfortably. She wasn't going to narrate that? Okay. So you're saying that someone made an entirely new town and moved us all and no one noticed? Precisely. But why? Why is the one question that can never be answered with certainty. The best one can do is to uncover...
Nat narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and uttered,
the source. Why'd you say the source like that? Why indeed?
Luca began to laugh uncomfortably.
It's all ridiculous. There's no way they could.
At his feet, his eyes started back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him.
If this really is home.
He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out,
Iggy, it's not too late to turn back. Simply head west through Weepwood.
Chapter 6. The Source. Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived. He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luca sprinted across the snow, the events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle. Rollo said he was underground somewhere, captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies. The clipboards were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to perennial harvest, but right now, there was one thing that Luca needed to know. Luca stopped dead in his tracks. The tree was gone, uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the earth. He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold snow. His numb hands hit something hard, a headstone. A dry whisper escaped Luca's lips.
You're here. All this time I thought I was visiting you. But you've been here, alone, in the snow. Dad, I'm so sorry. They ruined your favorite spot in the world. Our favorite spot in the world. Dad, what What do I do?
There was no reply, just snow-covered silence.
Why'd you give me the slip like that? What if I couldn't find you, you jerk?
Iggy finally noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave.
Oh. Iggy, they stole his tree, Iggy. Yikes.
Suddenly, they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow.
We gotta hide. 259K. Fall off distance still good. Dude, did you hear me? I said 259. Sorry. Who ever think... you. I can't read. You ever think about what we did here? We saved a whole town of people. Doesn't feel like it sometimes. What about everything we left behind? That's the grave of someone with a family. The people who loved them will never know the truth. The truth is
He
overrated.
bent down to scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully.
Hey, don't be such a downer, dude. We took this job to change the world. Yeah. Come on, it's almost lunchtime. Weirdo. Here I thought I was a jerk. These dinguses out here are literally dancing on
Luca
graves.
stuttered through heaving sobs.
I thought I was visiting him. I thought he was with me. Not gonna lie, that's a bad break. Here's some
Iggy
advice.
gave Luca a solid smack on the back of his head.
Hey! Who's any of this helping? What? Sitting here in the snow crying like some pushover. Who you helping? Iggy, look what they did. They lied to everyone. Blah, blah, blah. Luca Van Horn, you're a lot of things, but you ain't no pushover. What did I tell you before? When some jerk comes at you, acting like a horse's ass, I should stand up for myself. Hell yeah. Kern and his merry little band of clipboards pulled off this switcheroo for a reason, right? Nat mentioned something about a source.
Luca wiped his eyes with a sleeve.
Whatever's at the source must be awfully valuable to Perennial Harvest. Sure would be a shame if something unfortunate were to happen to their precious source, wouldn't it? What do you have in mind? If it's small enough to steal, we snatch it. If it's too big to snatch, we smash it. What if it's too big to smash?
Iggy flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles.
I'm always up for a challenge. I'm gonna make this right, Dad, I promise. Let's do this. Locate the source, baby!
A disc of smooth metal was lightly covered in snow. Two faint seams were visible along the surface.
A manhole cover? If it is, I've never seen one like it. It can get awful cold out there in those woods, Luca. Probably best you two stay put and conserve your energy. Help's on the way. Where's Rolo? Where's my mom? Did you kill her? Oh heavens no, do I seem like a killer to you? You are a hyena.
Iggy and Luca shared a skeptical look.
Well, do I? Aw, shucks, now that hurts my feelings. Screw that guy. Okay, so I guess I'm not supposed to go there. What is this? Anything to say about that? No? Okay. Wait a minute. If this is the original town, then that means...
Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously. He emerged holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on its lid.
What's that? Long story. So a few years back, I, came into possession of some premium grade fireworks. Not the wimpy firecracker stuff they give kids. The good stuff. So why'd you bury it under a tree? That's the long part of the story. You and Rolo were doing chores at Rolo's chicken coop. Oh, you're the one who set the coop on fire then. You guys pissed me off for some reason or another.
Luca rolled his eyes with realization.
No, you
Iggy
didn't.
stifled a chuckle.
Yup, I just wanted to give you guys a little scare, but like I said, these were some primo fireworks, so I might have underestimated things. You blew up the chicken coop? Oh, wait, sorry. You blew up the chicken coop? I prefer to think of it as an incendiary redecoration. Sorry, but you should have seen the looks on your faces. Both got grounded for months, which is why I needed to stash the evidence in my loan. So I buried them under that tree. When I came back for them later, they were gone. I figured some grown-ups found them and tossed them.
Iggy triumphantly raised the shoebox.
Turns out, it wasn't the fireworks that got moved. It was us. Unbelievable. So this wasn't even like something that happened... Oh shit. While they were like young or anything. They just were moved overnight or something. Do you think this is a game? Newsflash, boyo. You're not a hero. You're a little brat who's in way over his head. A hero is just someone who refuses to give up. Comics these days are rotting children's brains. Everyone thinks they're a spaceman superhero. I was always partial to Hank Atomic myself. Is that so? Do you really think you have a chance against us? You have no idea how powerful we are. Prepare for blast off, loser. Hole. Did they just uproot an entire fountain? Crooked. Just like this whole stinking place. Ooh, I bet that that's a word I can use on that creepy dog guy. No, not that way. I know it's the hole, but I want to see if I can get anywhere else. I want to see if I can see the mansion now, actually. No. Damn.
Luca and Iggy inched up to the edge of the hole with bewilderment in their eyes. Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts.
Echo! 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 Whoa. I can see why they wanted to move us all out of town now. Why would they dig a giant hole? I think this is it. This is the source? It's a dang hole? How do we smash a hole? Uh-oh. Oh, it's much more than that, my annoying little friend. Cur. You cur with a C-U-R-R. Where's Rolo? I wasn't lying before. He's safe. Well, safer than you two at least. Drats, it's cold. You just had to drag me all the way out here, didn't you?
Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation.
It really is something, isn't it? What did you do to our town? What is all of this? Well, that's a doozy of a question. This is the source, where they collect the unrefined,
Kerr scratched the back of his head.
Honestly, boys, I don't understand any of this well enough to explain it. Fact of the matter is, I'm not paid to know. What do you mean you don't know? Aren't you in charge? Oh heavens no, my role is merely to flash a winning smile and manage various complications. Complications like us. You are a smart boy.
His face contorted into a saccharine grin.
I don't know what that means. Let's find out. Excessively sweet or sentimental. Got it. So sarcastically sweet. When you're trying to be kind of an asshole. It really is nothing personal. Some people are destined to strive for greatness, and others are simply obstacles along the way. Seems like you are destined to be a creepy lackey. The point is that we all play our part in life. Mine just happened to be the lead in the role of a lifetime. And you happen to be extras, ready for your curtain call. We aren't giving up without a fight. Your smile's not going to be so winning after we're done with you. Now, boys, there's no need for melodrama. It makes even a professional such as myself embarrassed for you. Let's change the mood a bit.
Kerr snapped his fingers.
Scene change. Here they come. Boy. There, that's better. Deal with them.
Iggy turned to Luca with a sly glance.
Why are you smirking? Because I have a box full of fireworks, and you don't.
Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole.
Stop! Let's not do something regrettable. Joke's on you, regret is one of my specialties. Out of curiosity, what would happen if I threw these in your precious hole? Nothing. Nothing at all. You're a terrible liar. I'll have you know, I'm an exceptional liar. But that's far
He
enough.
took a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence.
Stop, you fool. Call off your goons.
After a long pause, Mr. Kerr flung up his hand with frustration.
Very well. You can all head back for the night. It's been a long day. I'll handle these two from here.
Mr. Kerr sighed into the frigid air.
It's just us now, Iggy. You can put that down. What? Like
With
this?
a nod, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole.
Ooh. Whoa.
With a growl,
Look at
Kerr
his
leapt
face.
at Iggy, crashing through Luca.
Oh no.
Iggy tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side. Luca dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped. His grip was made precarious by the cold, wet snow. He could see Kerr further down, clinging to Iggy's coat.
You reckless child, what have you done? Luca, listen to me. Hold on tight, use the walkie-talkie to call them back. What channel do I use? It doesn't make a damn difference, they're always listening. If you do that, the clipboards will just haul us up and snag us both. The only way you can get out of here is if Kerr's out of the picture. Just let go and save yourself. If he lets go, we both die. I don't want to die, but seeing the look on your face almost makes it worth it. Mr. Kerr, you've had a long life. Why don't you actually do something selfless and just let go?
Mr. Kerr gasped with insult.
Long life? I'll have you know, I can still play 25. You should have heard me sing the part of Phyllis
With a
Young.
wild look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody.
I don't know what he's humming, so I can't really... Wow, can you believe this guy?
Luca's hand began to cramp. His voice began to crack.
Kerr, just let go. No can do. If you want to save your friend, you'll have to save me too. Luca, look at me. It's okay.
Luca felt Iggy loosen his grasp.
You aren't gonna kill your friend like that, are you?
Every muscle in Luca's body burned.
I'm not his friend. Yes, you are. Nah, I'm just a no-good bully. Unlike you, Kerr. Iggy, no.
Luca felt his hand slipping.
And I told you what you need to do with bullies. You can't. It's your only way out of this mess. Two birds with one stone. It makes sense for us to fall together. Wackadoos travel in bags.
A calm settled over Iggy's face.
Luca, let me do this.
Iggy's voice was colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm.
Let me do the right thing for once. I'm not crying, you're crying. Oh my god. Luca had no choice but to fuck, dude?
Luca had no choice but to refuse Iggy's
I can't
request.
do that. I
He
can't do it
tightened
right
his
now.
grip and reached for the walkie-talkie in his pocket. A wild delight crept onto Mr. Kerr's face. That's a good lad. Now, radio for help. Iggy begged Luca with his eyes one last time, but Luca pressed the button and called out, We need help. Mr. Kerr is in danger. It wasn't long before they were once again surrounded by clipboards. Mr. Kerr sighed with relieved frustration. There you are. You really are a worthless lot, aren't you? Mirror. Now. A clipboard dutifully produced an ornate ivory hand mirror, and Mr. Kerr began preening his tousled hair. Ah, that's better. Mr. Van Horn, I applaud your sharp thinking under duress. I'll put in a good word for you with the founder. Take them away. A swarm of hands overpowered Luca. The last thing he saw before a cloth bag was pulled over his head was the defeated look on Iggy's face. The end.
I had a feeling it was gonna end.
I think this was one of those times where doing the right thing was the wrong thing.
I hate this. I hate this so much. Goodbye, Iggy.
Luca had no choice but to accept Iggy's request.
Oh, fuck.
With a quiet blink, Luca watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void. As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy.
Good.
The two silhouettes were swallowed by darkness.
Oh, fuck. Hell of a goodbye, Iggy. God damn it. Luca, you should really step back. What? Quickly. Curious. Ah, but of course. Those fireworks of Iggy's must have been just the right amount of energy. We should get out of here before perennial harvest arrives. Not until you tell me what just happened. Oh, fuck. Your friend's sacrifice just saved this town. For a little while, anyway. How? Tempus liquamine is a peculiar substance. It can change the relationship between matter and time itself, but doing so requires unfathomable energy. In a closed system, that energy can only come from its surroundings. A useful side product of this property being, by adding precisely the correct amount of energy to it, it can create a cryogenic cascade. So the gunk makes things cold and the fireworks made the whole freeze over? That's one way of putting it, yes. As dumb luck would have it, the fireworks weren't strong enough to generate a runaway reaction. I don't know what this means. I shudder to think what would have happened in that case.
We have some idea what that would look like.
Oh. Is that the tree house and Rolo, that explosion, and then the two were frozen and town was frozen and everything was frozen? Okay. It will take them a good while to safely break through and access the source again. If you know all this stuff, why haven't you been helping? I have been, in my way. Each of us has our role to play. Iggy's role, as it turns out, was to buy us precious time. Mine has been to observe and wait. Wait for what? You. Me? Why? What's my
A fierce
role?
twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes.
Luca Van Horn, you were gonna save the world. Oh boy.
With a chuckle, Nat turned and walked west.
Oh, but Iggy.
Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging through the snow. Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny. To be continued in Beacon Pines, Pines Harder.
Huh?
Revenge served cold. Second time's a charm?
Two charm?
Wait, that's it? This ends with a crummy cliffhanger just when it was getting good? I was even starting to like Iggy.
I know, me too.
No way. I refuse to be associated with some never-ending parade of sequels. Let's go back and find something more definitive.
Oh, I don't have a new one, do I? Okay. Did it just not appear? Let me try it. Nope. Oh, I can't do it.
There was a shame, a deeps if Mr. Nuncreed was that word. Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night. Moonlight filtered down, shimmering in the treetops.
Sure, you can meet Rolo. You're not going home? No, I promised Rolo I'd tell
Luca
him
stopped
about...
himself mid-sentence.
Promise you tell him what? Spit it out, bub. We're thick as thieves now. If there's a juicy secret, you've got to tell me. Okay. You can come to the treehouse, and I'll tell you both what happened. Heck yeah.
Luca saw Beck skulking by the gate.
So, you're telling me there's nothing mysterious or creepy about this place? It's mostly boring and empty. I refuse to believe that. Big spiked gate, looming mansion, rich reclusive owners. It even smells shady.
Beck grabbed the wrought iron bars and shook the gate.
Mark my words, you decadent nightmare house. You will reveal your secrets to me. Ah. What did you do? First of all, I told you so. Second, hide. Oh, okay. Hey, look, it's a hazmat. There, that's Eris Valentine. Who's she talking to? Shh. I expect you to return that suit in working order. Of course. As long as everything proceeds as planned, there's nothing to worry about. The only thing I'm worried about is what's rightfully mine. If that means making some unsavory alliances, so be it. Couldn't agree more. There comes a time to suspend hostilities. I'll deal with our common fight. Now this is what I was
Beck's
talking about.
voice was an excited whisper.
Proper shady stuff. Someone in a suit like that tried to grab me yesterday. Seriously? Shh. You do understand that when this all inevitably fails, I will deny everything. I wouldn't expect any less of you. You just worry about your part in this and let me handle the rest. I can't wait to see the look on that rude cur's face. Yes, the truth will come to light. I'm still surprised you're so comfortable with the potential collateral damage. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that change is painful. Wow, I was expecting shady, but that's just flat out supervillain talk. If you don't mind me asking, why? Why are you doing
The
this?
mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
Family.
A chill ran down Luca's spine. His vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand.
An answer I can certainly respect.
Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask.
Just remember, keep everything nice and normal until the festival. You're not very auspicious there with your hair sticking out the back of that thing. I don't need lessons in rousing suspicion.
Gran gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared into the night. Chapter 5. What big ears you have. Lucas sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet. After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Why are you so scared of that old lady in the hazmat suit? That was my gram. That was your gram. Yeah. Well, okay. Other way around. I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for all this. Let's just get to the treehouse and figure things out there. Lead the way. For the last time, there's nothing to worry about. Of course, we're not worried.
Clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up.
Just dotting our I's and crossing our T's. Well, maybe try minding your P's and Q's.
Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh.
If there's anything you need knowing, you'll know it. Absolutely. If you'll just sign here, acknowledging everything is accurate, we'll be out of your hair in a flash. Oh, for the love of...
He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped.
There. And would you like my eternal soul as well?
The clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility, then broke into laughter as they walked away.
Ha! Ha ha! That's not a phone, then. Hi, Mr. Nuncreed. Luca, let me give you some advice. Next time someone you don't know asks to hear your thoughts, give them a good hard bot right in the gizzard. Oh, Gran just tells me to keep away from the clipboards. That's good, that's good. Your Gran is a smart lady, Luca. Speaking of which, you'd better run along home now. Too dark out to be wandering on your own. I'm not alone. I got my friend. We're gonna go meet my other friend. Princes. The answers you seek will be revealed to you in due time. The question is, the figure intoned, are you prepared to live with the truth? No. I'd better not dilly-dally. Gotta get to the treehouse. Another day, another dollar. See you tomorrow, Z. Have you noticed how all the perennial harvest folks order the same drink? Decaf cappuccino with extra foam. Why? I don't know. Just thought it's a little odd. Pretty weird for sure. Well, customer's always right. No, they're not! See you bright and early tomorrow. Can't wait. They're only right when it comes to their own drinks. If that's what they like, that's what they like. But that's it. Oh boy.
William Kerr and Gus Valentine proudly surveyed the half-covered festival banner.
It's all coming together quite nicely. Couldn't have done it without
The
you.
mayor gave a half-hearted shrug.
I'm not so sure about that. Nonsense. That reminds me, I wasn't able to thank your sister for her contributions. Yeah, she's been indisposed of late. She doesn't much like me, does she? Oh no, that's not it at all. She's just been busy. Of course. Regardless, I would be forever grateful if you could pass my thanks on to her. And the History Museum adds a real flair of import to the whole affair. And we couldn't very well celebrate the story of Beacon Pines without including the Valentines. My father was a great man. You're darn tootin' he
locked
was.
his arm on Gus's shoulder.
But I mean the entire Valentine family. Present company included. Oh, can I ask you something, Mr. Kerr? Call me William. Ask away. William, why are you doing all this? Gosh, I've never felt one needed a compelling reason to throw a party. Not just the festival, all of this. There's gotta be 100 down in the luck towns out there. Why is Perennial Harvest so invested in helping Beacon Pine? I can read! I don't think he knows anything though. Like, about any of it, like, at all. You know what I love most about the agriculture business? Seeds. Seeds? Yep, little bundles of potential.
With a glimmer in his eye, Kerr gestured grandly toward the horizon.
You treat a seed right, nurture it, feed it, and it can grow into something truly special. You see potential here? Undoubtedly. The seed of greatness is already under our feet. All it needs is a little nudge, and the right leadership, of course. Oh, good night, Mayor Valentine. I didn't even register that bit. Alright. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, the treehouse is just a little further on from here. So what's your buddy Rollo like? Rollo? He's... Rollo. Not particularly helpful. Oh, sorry, I've never thought about it. Lots of energy. He's funny, even when he's not trying to be. Things have been tough for his family since the foul harvest. It's about damn time you tell me what this foul harvest thing is. It's kinda a long story. Hit me with the highlights. Okay. There used to be a fertilizer company here called Valentine's. They were kind of a big deal. Ooh, big deal fertilizer. It was a big deal to us. Their stuff really worked. Farmers loved it. So Valentine's grew and grew. Beacon Pines pretty much grew around it. Most everyone in town either worked for Sharp or Valentine or used his furniture. Fertilizer. Oh my god. Things were good. I'm sensing a big but. Around 6 years ago, Sharper Valentine suddenly died, and something changed. Changed how? Could have been a bad batch. Maybe it was in the water, or the air, or soil. Nobody knows. But all the crops died, and everyone blamed the Valentines. The foul harvest. Yeah. Valentine's fertilizer went out of business. Half the town lost their jobs. Sheesh. The next year, the crops came back, but something was different. You plant a crop, do everything right, and it's sort of a crapshoot what happens. And no one knows why? Nope. I take it Rollo's farm got the short end of the stick. Yeah, for some reason, their farm was hit harder than ours, or others. That sucks. Things have gotten better since Perennial Harvest came to town. The Beacon Pines Reborn initiative. Yep, first thing they did was give the town a deep scrub. They even put us up in hotels, one town over for a week, while they decontaminated the groundwater. Is that when everybody got relocated? We better get going. Is that when they moved the entire town? That would explain how they managed to, but do the adults know? Because the adults would be the ones to notice that, hey, this isn't the direction that we usually go. This isn't how long it takes us to get here. I wonder. Alright, do I have anything new? Crooked.
Luca tied a bent nail onto the line.
Closest thing to a hook you
If
got.
all you have is a hammer...
It's a photo of you and Uncle Joseph. Let me see that. Huh. Look at those two young fools. How did it end up at the bottom of the pond? Who can say? Some things are just hard to explain. I miss Uncle Joseph. How come he doesn't come fishing with us anymore? He's busy with his new job at Valentine's. What's a new job got to do with him fishing with us? It's complicated. Like I said, some things are hard to explain. Like how the hell you put your fucking hat on? I just noticed that. He's wearing a hat, and he's got some pretty gnarly antlers. Do you just never take your hat off? Did you just put that hat on one day, like when you were a kid, and then never took it off again? Oh, right, I gotta leave. It's about time. I was about to give up and go home. Who's the new kid? Name's Beck. You must be Rolo. I see my reputation precedes me. Welcome to Mission Control.
Rolo waggled his head with pride.
You'll find we've spared no expense in construction. I've seen worse looking piles of junk. Thanks. Hey Luca, you know the security concerns we talked about? Yeah. While I was waiting, I made some improvements. Let me lock this baby down for a little test infiltration. Can't be too safe these days. He goes all out, doesn't he? Always. Pick up junk. Pick up a junk. Oh my god, Rolo. Where did you guys get all this junk in the first place? There's a guy in town named Jeff who trades his junk for snacks. Junk food for junk? Nice. So, pretty sweet security, right? It was imaginative, I'll give you that. Luca, are we sure we can trust the new recruit? I'll vouch for things, I guess. Oh, Luca, you promised to fill me in about the Valentine warehouse.
Luca sucked in a long breath.
So, like I said, there was someone there. What were they doing? I don't know, but the place was lit up and active. Maybe they were squatters? I don't think so. It seemed more organized. When the man pulled me in, I saw some sort of equipment running. A man pulled you in? Yeah, but I got away. You keep saying it was a man. They were wearing a mask, right? Yeah. Then it could have been a woman. How did you get away? I grabbed a rock or something and broke their mask. They let go and I ran. Dang. That's intense. No wonder you freaked out when you saw your grandma. Yeah, that's the other part. On our way home, Beck and I saw Ares Valentine meeting with Bran, wearing the same sort of hazmat suit.
Let out a low whistle.
And they weren't there for idle chit-chat. It was a proper clandestine meetup. So, let me get this straight. There's an operation in full swing at the Valentine warehouse. You were almost abducted by a strange man or woman in a protective suit, and then you saw your gran in the same suit talking to Eris Valentine? Pretty much. I'm beginning to think this town is kind of awesome.
Rolo and Luca shot back a look.
No offense. And so we can logically conclude aliens, or zombie aliens, have infiltrated this town. And their leader is your gran, and she tried to murder you. First of all, and for the last time, there are no aliens. Second, it could have been my gran at the warehouse. I broke that person's mask to get away. The mask Gran was wearing wasn't damaged. She's definitely hiding something. Maybe. Your gran is weird, but she must be the most boring person in the universe. All she does is sit around all day making jam. What could she possibly have to hide? I don't know. We haven't talked much since she moved in. Moved in? Your gran isn't from here? No, she came a few months ago to take care of me after his mom went missing. Did you know your gran before? Not really, no. It'd been years since I'd seen her. Luca, don't take this the wrong way, but are we sure your gran is on the up and up?
Luca gazed out the window.
I'm just saying. It sounds like strange stuff has been happening since she showed up. We could say the same thing about your family, but you're right. Luca, your gran is hiding something. And Pa always says, folks only bury stuff worth digging up. We need to investigate your house. If my gran really is hiding something, you don't think I would have noticed by now? That's kind of the whole point of hiding something. I guess you're right. Grant's been leaving the house for hours at a time this week. I'll call you two tomorrow when the coast is clear, and we can start getting to the bottom of this. I'm always game for a good snoop. You can count me in.
Chapter 6. Secret Lair. Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
What time is it? Hell yeah. I love sweater weather. It's sweater weather now. Oh, I'm coming. I want more around. Rollo, what on earth is that? That ridiculous thing on your head. What? Oh, this? It helps me think. You're gonna need a lot more of those. Joke all you want. We'll see who's laughing when I crack this case wide open. The coast is clear? Yep, whatever she's been up to this week, it's been keeping her busy most of the day. Very well. The game is afoot.
Luca and Beck rolled their eyes as Rollo strutted across the room.
If I were Gran, where would I hide my deepest, darkest secrets? Perhaps where you might least expect it.
Rollo flung open the cabinet with confidence.
Ha!
He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
I think it's safe to assume that anything that dusty isn't what we're looking for. Or maybe that's what she wants you to think. Then again, any good detective knows not to trust their first hunch. First hunches are for suckers. Eureka! She's lit a fire in order to burn the evidence. She keeps that fire going every day, Rollo. Drat, it may already be too late. Just think of the mounds of documents lost to ash. Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. Can we just think for a moment? Luca, is there anywhere Gran doesn't want you to go? That one room. Yeah, the closet upstairs. So maybe it stands to reason that we should check there first. No dice, it's locked. Well, well, well. Look who stands to reason now. I have no idea where the key is. If it really is important, then she probably keeps it with her. Anywhere else? She has her berry bushes. Who has ever thought, I'm gonna take this important thing and huck it in a bush? True. Anything else maybe out of the ordinary? Well, she is always worried I'll break her fancy dishware in the kitchen, but it doesn't matter anyway. I can't reach the
A look
latch.
of realization crept onto Luca's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen.
Book it! Alright, Rollo, this is your time to shine. Ah, yes, you've called upon my expert detective skills. I shall now proceed
Before he
with...
could finish, Luca scrambled up Rollo's back.
Hey, this isn't my idea of detective work. Every squad needs a good lockpick. And every good lockpick needs a sturdy head to sit on. This is beneath my standing. Quit complaining and hold still. Got it.
The three crowded around the hutch to peer in. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss, but the only distinct feature was its impeccability.
Well, that was anticlimactic. Yeah. I don't really know what we were expecting. Like, oh hey, let me just yank on this random
As Beth
teacup
pulled
and...
on one of the teacups, it slanted forward with a hollow click. The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own power.
Seems like your gran has been doing some remodeling. Dude, only 2 types of people have secret layers. Evil masterminds and superheroes. So, which one do we think she is? We're about to find out. Okay, so more of an unhinged conspiracist vibe? Oh, wow. Yeah, this could not be good. We need to look around before jumping to conclusions. What do we have here? Barrels marked caution, explosive, and jam jars? That's enough jam to feed the whole town. What kind of incendiary jam is your gran making? That's a fishing thing, I think. She wouldn't have had me walk around delivering bombs. Right? Only one way to find out.
Casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam. He smacked
Huckleberries,
his lips.
a hint of brown sugar, and ink. What?
Rollo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper.
Aha!
Offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean.
It's addressed to Miss Fratelli. A grand jamgram? It says, last night I used the disguise Eris provided to scout the location. The timing window should be possible. Operation Sparkplug is a go. Oh man, are they doing a heist? Whatever it is, it can't be good. So, more a bombshell than a bomb, am I right? You're new here, so I'll let it slide, but I'm the bad joke guy around here.
A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
Well, she sure has kept herself busy. Is your gran a serial killer? 'Cause I'm starting to get a vibe. Don't be ridiculous. Sure, she's just tracking the movements of everyone in town out of the kindness of her heart. She put little symbols by some of them. Yeah, Mr. Nuncreed has a check mark. The clipboards are all inside his big circle. My moms are both on here, both with question marks. Gus Valentine has a question mark. Eris has a question mark that's been crossed out. Mr. Kerr has a bullseye. The killer has chosen her next victim. We don't know what any of this means. Whatever it means, it's probably not good.
Luca jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For a long moment, he just stared at it.
That's his dad's name, isn't it? What do you got there? It's my dad. It looks like some of his old medical files. Your dad was a
Luca
doctor?
nodded and caressed the label with his thumb.
Well, are you gonna read it? Here, let me help.
Rollo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text.
How about you actually read some of it? One sec. Dense documents such as this are a lot like cheeseburger. It's best to skip straight to the middle. That's where all the meaty bits live. Wow, I had no idea we were in the presence of the preeminent scholar in dense documents. And cheeseburgers. By all means,
He
proceed.
stopped at a page and mimed, holding up a monocle.
Ah, here we are. Follow-up examination of Terence Wilby. The patient shows further signs of paleness and malaise. I forgot how to say that word. Body temperature continues to drop. He now describes soreness of muscles and joints. This is similar to the symptoms exhibited by Miss Wilby just a few days past. Still waiting on lab results from Joseph.
Rolo looked up with heightened surprise.
See? Creepy. Yeah, that's kind of disturbing. Who's Joseph? That's Mr. Nuncrete's name. Wait.
Rolo's finger traced across the page.
There's more scribbles in the margins. Could it be contagious? Mr. Wilby claims the tap water in his home is contaminated. Perhaps environmental. Lab results only raise more questions. It looks like he came back to those reports later and made those notes. So it might be related to something
Rolo
else.
scanned through several more pages.
Here, the writing looks shaky. I just couldn't help her. This disease, or whatever it is, progresses so fast. With his wife passing, Terrence's condition follows close behind. Exasperated by the loss. Or escape, I don't know. Enough is enough. I need to take matters into my own hands.
Luca, staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly.
What does it say next?
Rolo rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages.
That's where it ends. What? There has to be more.
Luca frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter.
Luca, I think that's the only one. It's alphabetical, see? Wait, did he mean... No, what did he mean enough is enough? How did he take matters into his own hands? This is
Luca
bullshit.
slammed the door shut. They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines.
Cool, this looks like a treasure map. Not every old map is a treasure map, Rolo. Yeah, but every treasure map is an old map. Can't fault that logic. Look, there's even a pathway drawn on it. It starts at the entrance to town. And if we
Rolo
follow
carefully
it,
traced the path with his finger.
it heads right
He
to
jabbed down at the end point.
Town Square? That's the fountain in the middle of town. What a weird place to hide treasure. Rolo, that doesn't look like treasure to me. The end of the path, the end... I'm gonna drink a little of this, hold on. Okay. The end of the path on that map has the same symbol as those explosives over there. So, it's not hiding treasure. A real bummer. Rolo, what's the thing you've been excited about for the past month? The festival. Gulp. Did you just say gulp? Feels like a big... This feels kind of like... No, this feels like a gulp kind of situation. Oh my god. Everyone will be gathered near the center of town. She's gonna blow up the festival. Not if we stop her. What was that?
Luca looked up from the map.
What was what? No, I heard it too. That was the front door. Which means someone just shut the door. Which means someone's upstairs. Shh, quiet. Hit the lights.
Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark. Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps. The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall. Then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other. A muffled male voice broke the silence.
Oh yeah, he does have a squirrel tail. Okay, yes, so that is her dad.
A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs.
Anyone down there?
The three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step. Thump,
Yoo-hoo! I'm not here to hurt anyone.
thump,
I'm just here to help. Just...
thump. At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life.
Huh. Guess it's nothing.
Rollo shifted suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth.
Rollo, don't.
It was too late. Rollo was already inching toward the stairway. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy figure.
Flaming chicken coop!
With all his weight, Rollo tackled the man to the ground.
Rollo? Mysterious, creepy man? Anyone there?
From the dark corner, they saw something move.
Well, I didn't know if I had it in me. But there was only one way to find out. Holy crap, Rollo, that was awesome. Wait, did you just kill that
Luca
person?
scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed with relief.
You sure clobbered him good, Rollo. He's knocked out
As
cold.
Beck flicked back on the light, Luca and Rollo both gasped in stereo.
Conked out. Mr. Toliver?
Chapter 7. The Interrogation of Hiram Toliver.
I finally finished Welcome to Nightville, and every time I hear his name, I just think Hiram McDaniels. I want to know what happened to him. They ended it kind of abruptly and didn't answer a lot of questions.
Still unconscious, Mr. Toliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain. They couldn't just let Mr. Toliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided. They'd run the classic good cop, hard cop interrogation. Rollo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times. Rollo swaggered past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Toliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl.
Well, Mr. Toliver.
Mr. Toliver remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Toliver with his booming voice.
Mr. Toliver?
Beck and Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table.
I said, Mr.
He
Toliver.
grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face. Mr. Toliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint.
What in the world?
The chair wobbled as he attempted to straighten up.
Who's
Mr.
there?
Toliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light. With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
I'll be asking the questions here, punk. I'm not doing that. Now hold on, let's just calm down. Oh, I am calm. Calm as a carrot in dirt. As for you, looks like you're
The
sweating.
doubtful expression on Beck and Luca's faces transformed into awe.
We can do this my way, or let's just say I've never needed another way.
Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall. He slammed the table again.
Now dance! What, I don't
Mr.
even...
Toliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears.
You've tied me down. How on earth could I dance? Dance with your mouth, punk! Spill the beans! What are you doing poking around this house? I'm here to help Juniper. Oh my god, the poor man. To make sure everything's ready. Oh, so you're in cahoots with Gran. Gran?
Mr. Toliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever.
Gonna help her blow up the festival, eh? Blow up the festival?
He
Good
shook
lord.
his head, feeling more and more dizzy.
No, you've got it all wrong. Where is she now? She's headed to the source. Source? What's the source?
His
It's
voice
where
faded to a whisper.
the town began. Where it all began. What is Operation Sparkplug?
With that, Mr. Toliver passed out cold.
Oh my god.
Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
Damn, Rollo. I think you went a little too hard on him. What did he say about the source? It's where the town began? We need more information. Yeah, we'd better not push Mr. Toliver any further. Is there anyone else who might know more? What about the History Museum? It just got set up for the festival. Nah, that tent was put up by the Valentines. Everything they do is just a bunch of fluff to glorify themselves. Is there anything more reliable? The library. If there's any information about the source thing, Kato can help us find it. Let's go get some answers. This is a dang nice library. Thanks, we work hard on it. Are you a little young to be a librarian? Oh, Kato hung out here so much, eventually they gave him a set of keys. I just keep an eye on the place for Miss Novak sometimes. They got you working for free? It's quiet, and I get access to all the books I can read. What more could a person want? Fair enough. Money? What can I do for you all? We need a favor. I already told you, Enrolo. I can't put you any higher on the wait list for the next Hank Atomic. And if you're here with more candy, I'll have you know I can't be bought. Call it a personal code of conscience. Actually, we're looking to do some research. Now you're speaking my language. What are you looking for? That's the thing, we sort of don't know. What do you got on the history of the town? There's the county record archives. What's in those? Births, deaths, newspaper clippings, stuff like that. Oop. Pretty boring reading. But they do go all the way back to when the town was founded. Great, we'll start there.
Chapter 8, 6 feet under, 3 towns over. The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance. Luca tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a corkboard threaded with photos. Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult. As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth.
If I have to read any more records, my eyeballs are gonna pop. We have to keep digging. If I dig another word, I'm gonna end up in one of these asinine death records. Rollo Cotter lived a full and wonderful life, till he read so much boring crud that his brain oozed out of his
Rollo
ears.
shut his book with an assertive nod.
If you've got a better idea, spit it out. You sound like my sister. Keep pushing your luck, pal. And it won't be boring county records that kill you. I'll put you in the obituaries myself.
Rollo muttered under his breath.
You're a county record. Really? That's the best you've got? When I'm done with you, you'll be the footnote in history. Just like
Slammed her finger down on the open page.
J. Hartford here. I'd love to see you try. Hey. We're all a little tired here. Let's just take a minute and...
tickled the back of Luca's mind.
Wait, what was that name back? In the obit? J. Hartford. From the Brookfield Tribune 20 years ago. That can't be right. What is it? J. Hartford. That's my grand's name, Juniper Hartford. Maybe there were two J. Hartfords? Miss Hartford is survived by her young daughter, E. Hartford. My mom's name is Eleanor. Okay, this is getting creepy. If your gran is 6 feet under 3 towns over, then who am I living with?
The question hung in the air.
Oh boy. Alright gang, I gotta close up for the
Beck
night.
rubbed her eyes.
How late is it? Almost 10. Oh crap, Pa's gonna kill me. I gotta go. Yeah, my parents will be worried sick. Alright, let's meet up as early as we can at the festival tomorrow. What are you gonna do about the unconscious man in your basement? I'll think of something.
Luca's heart was pounding as he approached the house. If he was lucky, Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Toliver tied up and unconscious in the basement. Dealing with him would be the first order of business. Luca shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering. He held perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely. She was asleep. His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Toliver before dozing off.
Dun dun dun. Oh no.
Mr. Toliver was nowhere to be seen.
Maybe he woke up, escaped from his bindings, and left without a trace.
Maybe Gran knew everything.
What do I do?
Luca's hungry stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating.
Okay, I can figure this out. Just need a little brain food.
Luca rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful into his mouth.
I'm afraid your jam delivery will
He
be
flipped
delayed.
the lid to read the label.
Mr. Nuncreed. Okay, now I can think. So if Gran knows we tied him up, if Gran knows we tied up Mr. Toliver, I'm screwed. If she doesn't know, then I need to play it cool. Because the only option is to go to bed and act as if nothing's wrong. Gran will think Mr. Toliver finished what he was sent to do and left when he was done. I got stuck. Okay, I'm good. Boink. Boink. Should I close that? Can I close it? I don't think I can. Dun dun dun. Gran? Okay, stick to the plan. Go to bed, play it cool.
As Luca climbed the final stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him. With each consecutive step, his legs weakened. His stride began to falter. He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself. Something was wrong.
Something was in the jam. The jam for Nuncreed? Come on, legs. Just a few more steps.
Luca groaned and tried to move. His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground. Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
The jam. Go to sleep. On the floor. It's fine. Sweet boy. What did you get yourself into? Is that the sound of dragging? Okay. Dragged to bed. That's fine. That's good. Rest now and let me handle this. Handle things.
Chapter 9. A speech to end all speeches.
Oh boy, the fuck's going down now?
Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed. He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him?
She didn't.
Or rather, why was she trying to drug Mr. Nuncreed? Shaking the questions from his woozy head, Lucas snapped back to the matter at hand.
The festival. Alright, anything to do in here? Perhaps? No. Alright. I still want to know what's in here. Oh, that's right. You don't even know. That happened in a whole nother timeline. He's still wearing his detective hat. Where have you been? Grant put something in the jam. Yeah, we know. Secret messages for secret conspirators. Not this one. The one intended for Mr. Nuncreed? Put me to sleep. Whoa, ho ho ho. Sigh devil. I think she's trying to remove him from the equation. He might be in danger. Not based on what's happened to you. I think he's part of the problem. Have you found anything? We looked around, but haven't seen anything odd. Your Gran is nowhere to be found, but Mr. Nuncreed is just loafing around waiting for the speech. Wait. Yeah, okay. What speech? Mayor Gus just got up to the podium. Everyone is gathered at the stage. Let's get moving. In unison! Oh my god.
Augustus Valentine nervously wiped his brow.
I knew that there were a good number of people in this town, but, like, it's simultaneously, like, not very many, but also, like, just a lot to look at all at once. Oh, there's 3 of the over in the corner. There's 3 of the bunnies in the right there. I've only seen one of them, or I only remember seeing one of them. Where'd that bear come from? There's a bear by the river I don't recognize. But everyone else... yeah, I know everybody else here. Vaguely, anyway. Ooh, wait, where's, Solomon? I don't see Solomon. Maybe he's under the floating text bubble. No, I don't see Solomon. Hello, Beacon Pines. I'm Augustus Valentine, your mayor, and I suppose you know that already? You already know that? Oh yeah, so before we get started, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize someone who couldn't be here today. Solomon? Oh. This town wouldn't be where it is today without my father, Sharper Valentine. So I thought we could begin with a round of applause befitting such a great man. And even that's more than the old codger
Gus
deserved.
cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie.
Poor Gus. Right. Where was
William Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival.
Gus Valentine,
He
everyone.
gave Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage.
Let's hear it for our mayor. I like when his face gets flustered. Look at him. It's so sad. I have no idea where he is. Solomon's just not there. Unless he's just conveniently behind the tent, but I don't know. What a great turnout. Aw, heck, I didn't prepare anything. But I suppose I could say a few words. Would be a shame to waste such a beautiful podium.
Mr. Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest.
You motherfucker. Community, conviction, commitment. These are the things we celebrate at Perennial Harvest. For us, these are the pillars of the bridge to the better tomorrow. But I think it's time to add a new pillar. Change. Change is a powerful thing. Oh wait, Toliver's not there. And neither is Graham. The diner lady is, though. She was a part of that. Anyway, change is a powerful thing. It's exonerable, inexorable, I don't know what that is, unavoidable, undeniable. And I am dadgum thankful for it. Alright. Change is the reason we're all here together today. It's hard for me to believe that it was 4 years ago. It was only 4 years ago when fate brought me here. You've been here for 4 years. A simple business trip, which brought me to a small town, which would change my life
Mr.
forever.
Kerr took a moment to survey the crowd.
You know what?
He wiped away a single tear.
From the moment I set foot in Beacon Pines, something about this place has held me captive. You see, change represents opportunity. It represents potential. It was change that helped me recognize the potential of this place. To see that the people of this great town, despite suffering great loss, still held on to the things that made them
He
special.
thumped the podium to emphasize each word.
Community, conviction, commitment. Sorry, Gigi. Change.
Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, in rapt attention.
Fate made a perfect match that day. Nothing is more important to you all than community. And Perennial Harvest is a community first and
Mr. Kerr
foremost.
methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd.
The only way you made it through the foul harvest was an unshakable conviction. A conviction that a better tomorrow was just over the horizon. Perennial Harvest was founded on the conviction that we are that horizon. This festival is a symbol of our commitment to each other.
His voice began to build to a crescendo.
Oh boy, I can't get loud though, it's 3 in the morning. We now walk hand in hand into a future we will shape together. And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of its neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. I am tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? Just imagine what we can accomplish. Ruh-roh. What was that? Ah, that was the explosion that happened with the thing, with the treehouse.
The crowd began to look around nervously.
Don't worry, a little thunder isn't going to ruin this day. Everyone remain calm.
Mr. Kerr quickly flicked through his note cards.
Where was I? Through all my travels, I've learned one thing true. One always reaps what they sow. We have all planted a lot of good in this town. And so, it is with a happy heart that I can proclaim...
He raised his hands up to the heavens.
Our harvest awaits. Shit.
At that moment, a merciless wall of impossibly cold air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched. For a man like William Kerr, this was a fitting way for things to end. On a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time. The end. There's that ice again! Whenever I think we're getting close, it comes along and ruins everything.
You're dang right.
Maybe we should just quit?
No.
Maybe you should just close the book, walk away, and never think of me again.
No.
I don't mean that.
I know, and I wasn't going to listen to you anyway.
We got a little closer this time. We just need to try again.
Actually, technically, we got closer with the path where Rollo was missing and what's-his-face got mutated by the goo. That was the closest we'd gotten, actually. This was actually just the same point in time as Rollo and... Oh, I forgot the main kid's name. But, like, with them making up and then hanging out in the treehouse. Like, this is just the same point in time. There was the explosion, and then the ice.
Please.
That is a much less. That is way too happy acceptance for the scene that was happening. Alright, so apparently the only thing that I can change right now is how we interrogate him. We didn't do this one yet. I know that Sly's going to be the right one because we got that way after the fact. It's probably going to be the right one, but let's see what happens.
They'd run the classic good cop, chill cop interrogation.
I'll handle this. Just gotta play it cool. Oh, so each one of them is gonna try it, and Sly would be her. That's why there's 3 of them.
Luca walked calmly to the light switch, flicking it off and on a few times. Mr. Toliver shook his head, gathering his wits.
Golly, I sure got my bell
He looked over to find Luca, who returned a calming grin.
Sorry, Mr. Toliver. This was all a big mistake. Luca, what's going on here? Why do you have me strapped down? No one's fault, really. Rollo just got a little startled. Rollo's here?
Rollo and Beck emerged from hiding to give a timid wave.
Well, alright. Mistakes happen. You kids gave old Hiram a good scare. Let's just get me out of these ropes and call it
Luca
even.
glanced over to Rollo and Beck, who replied with skeptical looks.
Mr. Toliver, why are you in my grand's basement? I'm here to help, of course. Help with what? What's my gran up to? If you'll just cut me loose, I can show you. How do I know I can trust you?
Mr. Toliver exhaled with disappointment.
Luca, have I ever done wrong by you? No. And since your gran moved to town, haven't I been nothing but welcoming? Yeah. So why would I turn my back on your family now? It's just, all this stuff seems pretty weird. A board with names of people from town, an archive of my dad's old disturbing patient
Luca
notes,
gestured to the corner.
barrels of explosives. I can explain everything. You just need to untie me. You kids deserve an explanation.
Luca looked again to Rollo and Beck. This time they shrugged. Luca began to slowly loosen the bindings. Mr. Toliver gently rubbed his wrists.
That's a good lad. This'll all make sense in time. Oh, you fucker.
He edged imperceptibly toward the stairs as he spoke.
You see, this town has secrets, Luca. A very dark past
Before the
indeed.
kids had even noticed his movement, Mr. Toliver was at the light switch.
A past that must be
He
brought
punctuated
to
his final words by flicking the switch and rushing up the stairs.
light.
Son
Son of a...
to the wall and turned back on the lights. It was too late. Rollo confirmed what they all heard.
He just locked us down
Mr.
here.
Tolliver's muffled voice came from behind the door.
I wasn't lying, you know. This is for your own good. You kids just keep tight down there and let the adults
They
handle
looked
this.
bewildered at each other.
Play it cool, huh? Not now, Beck.
They heard the staccato thump of quick steps exiting the house. The kids looked down in resignation. This isn't how it goes in Hank Atomic. For some reason, they'd always assumed it was up to them to save their town. Luca opened his mouth, hoping to conjure some magical words to make this right. Only a hollow croak escaped. The end. Well, we certainly aren't going to find a grand resolution to our tale locked in a basement. Back
Nope.
to the drawing board.
Alright, so... double checking. But I didn't get anything new. So... her turn.
They'd run the classic good cop, sly cop interrogation. Luca and Rollo ducked behind a barrel, leaving Beck to her task. With a few crisp snaps, she roused Mr. Toliver.
What's going on? You're that Model girl. Please, call me back. Sorry
Mr.
about all
Toliver looked
this.
down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints.
It seems there's been a mix-up. You see, I'm down here for the same reason you are. Juniper sent you
Beck
here?
caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran. This was gonna be easy.
You know how Juniper is with her precautions. Operation Sparkplug has us all on edge. I guess she thought you needed some backup. But she sent a child? What better way to avoid prying eyes? Who would suspect a kid? I suppose that makes
Mr.
sense.
Toliver wriggled a bit in his restraints.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Beck quickly removed the ropes.
That had to be uncomfortable. A little, yeah. But you understand. We never know who to trust
Mr.
in this
Toliver
town.
rubbed the growing knot on his forehead.
Very true. So, turns out
Beck
we're
twirled
both
her
here
hand,
to
as if to prompt Mr. Toliver to finish her thought.
destroy the evidence.
Beck shook her head and clicked her tongue.
Yup, the old gal is nothing if not
Mr.
thorough.
Toliver let out an amused huff in agreement.
She sure is. Can't blame her, though. If anyone were to find out we were going to destroy the source, well, we both know how bad that might be. No one will know anything once I finish cleaning things up
Beck
down
was
here.
on a roll now, playing Mr. Toliver like a fiddle.
You sure you can finish this up on your own? Juniper trusted me for a reason. You can leave the rest to me. Good. There is one more loose end I'll go work on. Loose end? Oh, it's nothing really. The other day, I had the radio on scan while restocking the candy shelf. And wouldn't you know it, I intercepted an odd phrase in a perennial harvest transmission. Underground secrets. That's ominous. I think it might be a password, but Juniper dismissed it. Said it wasn't mission critical. What's the password for? We don't know. So, we have a password and know where to put it? It's gotta mean something, right? Good thinking. You should probably go work that out. I've got this under control. That's a relief. Between you and me, this basement gives me the willies.
Heading for the stairs, Mr. Toliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look. She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune.
You guys catch that? Sure did. This whole time, Mr. Tolliver's had a candy shelf, but all he ever sells is apples.
Beck blinked slowly in disappointment.
The password, Rolo. Well, sure, but once things are back to normal, I'll be having a word with Mr. Tolliver about that candy shelf. Fine. In the meantime, I've got an idea.
She turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper.
He said he heard a password on the radio. Any good spy transmission is never what it
Beck
seems.
marked each scrap of paper and leaned back.
We just need to find the hidden meaning. Okay. Now what's another word for underground? Buried? Covered? Could it be a cover-up? Maybe it's one of those each number is a letter thingies. So U would be 21, N would be 14, D would be, ooh, it's an anagram. Nuncreed's drugstore.
Luca and Beck looked at Rolo with amazement.
What the fuck, Rolo? Rolo, that was incredible. Well, it's either that or Kren's nude rugs. Kren's nude rug store. Yeah, I think you were right the first time. Oh my god. How did you do that? What can I say? I love ciphers. Well, I guess we know where to go next. You scared me half to death. Sorry. You kids haven't seen Mr. Toliver around, have you? Nope. He's got me waiting around like the last slice of pie. I swear that man would be late to his own funeral. What if something's happened to Mr. Toliver? Where was he going? Just to look something up about a word, right? Or the phrase? I still want to go in there. You're late, Augustus. I'm sorry, sister. Was caught up with work. Work? You? Had a few more details to lock down for the festival. Oh, what do you have to report? What is this insipid town festival really about? I think
Gus looked around nervously.
Mr. Kerr really does just want to do something good for the town. He's actually a pretty nice guy. You should spend some time with him. I didn't pull strings installing you as mayor so you could make friends. Your job is to help me figure out what Kerr and Perennial Heart's true intentions are with this town. We have a responsibility. This is our father's town. Was. Excuse me. This was our father's town. He's gone, Eris, and he isn't coming back. Father left us with nothing but problems. Mr. Kerr came here and offered to help us. We accepted that help. We didn't agree to them turning Father's warehouse into a toxic dumping ground. That is just a temporary arrangement. The glow can be seen from our damp backyard. They are dumping their nasty little secrets on us. When this all inevitably goes wrong, who do you think will be blamed?
Eris's cry hung in the air.
We have a new choice to make now, sister. This town is going to change, whether we like it or not. Are we going to choose to be a part of that future, or be forgotten in the past? It's a shame. Father named you Augustus. You will always just be a Gus. Good night, Eris. I'll see you tomorrow at breakfast. It's getting late, children. You're not going home, though. Ooh. What do you got to say? Knowledge, he spat with a sneer. There exists a gulf between knowing something and being able to do a damn thing about it. I do hate it when the villain makes a good point. We'd better go to Nuncreed's. Get to Nuncreed's, whatever. Can I go anywhere else? You already yell at me for it. Can I touch the watermelon? No! Oh, that sucks. Can I skip through this? And then have the reactions?
We all know Beacon Pines is a great town.
No,
What you
I
may
have to
not
go
know
through
is
this. Sorry.
grow from mighty roots.
Sorry.
And that is why you cannot tell the story of Beacon Pines without telling the story of one shopper Valentine. Young shoppers keen
I
to
want
collect
some
and strong
goldfish
wallflower led
while
to
this
a
is
grand
going.
vision.
I'm gonna go grab
A
that.
vision of a community dedicated to a better tomorrow. In his own words, a better tomorrow is within our grasp, but it requires a singular mind to harness it. Lucky for us, he decided to grow that vision here in Beacon Pines. And how does one grow a better tomorrow? With fertilizer, of course. Valentine's Fertilizer Company became the lifeblood of a town yearning for purpose. But then tragedy struck. A scientific experiment gone wrong. An accident which took Shopper away from us far too soon. To this day, we struggle to pick up the pieces. But one foul harvest isn't enough to stop the people of Beacon Pines. The spirit of Shopper Valentine lives on. It lives in the hearts of everyone with a dream for a better tomorrow. Together, we will follow his example and grow a bountiful future. Paid for by the Valentine family and the Valentine Fertilizer Company Remembrance Fund.
Alright, we're back. Thank God. That was unhelpful. No comments from the other two? That was what the goal was. That sucks. Ooh, is Dawn over there? No, Dawn's out doing her thing. Oh, it's Solomon.
Solomon stood proudly at the entrance to the drugstore, holding a brown bag overflowing with black licorice.
Gross. Hey, Solomon. We're looking for Mr. Nuncreed. Is he still in there? I'm afraid not. Then where'd you get the candy from? You might say we have an arrangement.
Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
Sometimes it's the small pleasures in life. Though we might not always have family to rely on. Licorice has never let me down. Well, can't say licorice would be my first choice, but whatever floats your boat. You can tell a lot about a person. Ignore the goldfish sounds. I have the big box. By their choice of confection. Oh, yeah, I guess. I like sour gobs. I'm certain you do. I always wondered why Mr. Nuncreed kept licorice in stock. You must eat enough of it to make it worthwhile. There are many ways to earn loyalty. For some, it's as easy as cold hard cash. And you, it's apparently licorice. Or the other way around? Well, he's right. It's locked. There's gotta be more clues. Okay, let's see. What about the phone? Have you ever seen anyone actually use this thing? Besides Mr. Nuncreed? No. Oh.
Beck cupped her hands on the glass to peek inside.
This is not a normal phone booth. It's got like a blinky keypad. Why would there be a blinky keypad? Kren's Nude Rug Store. I mean, Underground Secrets. The password.
Beck flung open the door and they all squeezed in. Luca cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad.
Underground Secrets. Sounds like that did something. Elevator! Great, now what? I guess we...
The inside of the phone booth dropped loose from its shell. Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground. The air was stagnant and smelled vaguely of chlorine.
I knew it. Hold on. Oh my god, I can't. Here we go. Sorry. You knew that there was a secret hub full of strange tubes under the phone booth? Of course I did. Didn't I say that? No. I definitely thought it. Luca, do you remember how I said it would be... Do you remember when I said it would be cool to be... It would be if the trans-dimensional conduits from Hank Atomic issue number 12 were real? Rollo, at one point or another, you've said that about every technology ever discussed in Hank Atomic. That's why I'm such a good predictor. Looks like each of these has something written on them. Ooh. It's the hazmat suit that he punched with a brick. This suit has a broken mask. So, have we found our mysterious warehouse creeper? We've at least found their hazmat suit. If it walks like an Uncreed and talks like an Uncreed, let's not jump to conclusions. Just saying. Valentine Fertilizer Warehouse. Isn't that where you almost got snatched? Yeah. Why would Perennial Harvest have a tube going to the old Valentine place? This is starting to feel like something big. Perennial Harvest's main office. Ooh, can we snoop? That's where my mom works. What does she do? Science stuff. Is she involved in all this? We just moved here. How could she be involved? True. Mining Operations Alpha. You guys have mines here? Not that I know of. This town is all farms and fertilizer. And a series of tubes. Pa always says you can only trust a miner up to the point when they hit gold. Not sure how that wisdom applies in this exact situation. That's the thing about Pa. You don't always realize what he means until it's too late. That's a lot of buttons. Stand aside, Earthlings. I've read enough Hank Atomic to know my way around sci-fi tech.
Rollo's hands hovered over the field of blinking buttons.
Eeny, meeny, miny. Rollo, what did you do? Nothing. I didn't even mow yet. What was that? Hide. Where? There's nothing but weird tubes in here. Just get back. None, Creed. Shit. 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 Awesome. You need to come with me now. We aren't going anywhere with you. Not until we get some answers, Mr. Underground Secrets. I told them it was an absurd password. They love anything that makes them feel clever. They who? Clipboards? That's no matter. If I can keep you hidden until after the festival, I might be able to save your skins. We don't care about our skins. Hold on now, I like my skin. This all stops now, Nuncreed.
Joseph waited for a moment in silence.
You sound just like him. Who? Walt. You don't get to talk about my dad. You know, your father and I were friends. Is this Uncle Joseph? No. Maybe.
He gestured toward the strange tubes.
All of this? That's a lie. It's true. I used to bounce you on my knee. What happened? Same thing that always happens. Reality, complications, life. We were a team one night. An idealistic doctor and a bright-eyed pharmacist, both hell-bent on helping folks. So, you were his sidekick? No. We were partners. He helped the patients, and I helped him. Yup, total sidekick.
Nuncreed let out a growl of a sigh.
That's called a groan. Luca, I need you to know this. I need someone to know this. One day, Sharper Valentine comes to us, says he's got an opportunity. He'd found something he didn't quite understand, and he was willing to pay us both handsomely to help him understand it. And my dad said no. Your father and I both believed in helping people, but the thing I could never get him to understand was, it's a lot easier to help others if you help yourself now and then. Classic sidekick into villain plotline. Walt loved being righteous almost more than he loved his family. He was wrong about one thing, though. When he begged me not to take Valentine's offer, he said, Joseph, if a person says yes one time to Sharper Valentine, he'll make sure they keep on saying yes to him till the day he's dead and gone.
He shook his head wistfully.
Sharper's long gone, but he's still got me saying yes. Is there a point to this sob story? Not really, no. Just an old man trying to delay what he needs doing.
Nuncreed took a menacing step towards the children.
I tried to keep you safe. I tried to keep you and Juniper out of this. But you forced my hand.
Luca began to laugh.
What? You really don't know? My gran isn't out of this. She's been scheming right under your nose. Juniper? Seems like she is planning on crashing the town's party. She's going to disrupt the festival? Why would
The color drained from Nuncreed's face.
How does she know? Apparently, she knows a lot of things. What? Let's just say this isn't the only underground lair we busted into today. And honestly, hers is way cooler. She's got maps and explosives and bad intentions, big man.
Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic.
You need to tell me what she's going to do right now. She doesn't understand what it is she's messing with. Tell me now. She's in danger, boy. I don't know. She had a map with a mark on the fountain in the town square. Fountain? But why would...
A jolt of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
She knows about the source? What the heck is the source? If she tries to destroy the source, it could catalyze, and dear God, she's gonna freeze us all. You all need to run. Run where? Away. As far away from this town as you can get. Head west and don't look back. That did not go how I expected. So, we're totally following him, right? Totally. See you on the other side. Shoot. You good? Yep. I love this town.
Chapter 8. The Cold, Hard Truth. Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera, as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments. Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth. Then, all of a sudden, as if minutes had passed in an instant, light blazed into view. A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out in...
Whoops, sorry. Into the cold. Ooh! That's what that's for. That was intense? Yeah. I think I might have parted with some fluids in there. Any idea where we are? Somewhere cold. Doesn't look like it got on any of us. It didn't feel like we traveled that far. So where did it all go? Rollo? This place sucks. Why would anyone even want to blow something up out here? Only one way to find out, I suppose. We've got to catch up to Nuncreed. I think he went this way. No, we're gonna go look at the grave. Darn. Oh, Luca. Looks like we aren't getting back that way. Yeah. This looks familiar, yeah. Maybe we can clear off the snow. No time. Nuncreed's getting away. Yeah, but... Okay, this is starting to feel really familiar. I may not be the most well-versed on all things Beacon Pines, but this does look like some sort of frozen replica of town. I got it. It's so obvious now. Mr. Nuncreed is an alien. Rollo. Stick with me here. His species can only live in sub-zero temperatures. Oh boy, here we go. The source is their base camp dimension, so naturally they keep it cold. We found it by traveling through those metal wormholes back there. The final objective, kill us all and shapeshift into a Beacon Pine citizen of their choosing. You never really had me, but you very much lost me there. You get used to it. We should keep moving. Anything to say about that? No. Where's the little mouse guy?
As they rounded the corner to the frozen town square, they spotted Mr. Nuncreed inching cautiously toward a pit at its center. He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast in the wild. Upon closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nuncreed was after. Graham stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss nearby. A wheelbarrow had been emptied out. She held a lit torch, which flickered in the bitter wind.
Juniper, I don't know what you think you're doing, but I assure you this is not going to solve anything. If you drop that, you've doomed this whole town. Oh, it wasn't me who did this now. I've been watching you, Joseph. I know what you've done. You and your co-conspirators. Gran, what's happening? Luca, you and your friends need to leave right
Mr.
this moment.
Nuncreed turned back toward the kids, desperation in his eyes.
Listen to your grandma, Luca. This is between me and
Noah
Juniper.
went back held steadfast in awe. Luca approached closer. Mr. Nuncreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder.
You've got it all wrong, Juniper. Just hand over that torch. You don't understand what you're doing. How could I possibly trust you to do the right thing? Walt told me everything. He trusted you, and you betrayed that trust. Luca, did you know that this man's entire life is a lie? Aren't you legally dead? If it weren't for him, your father might still be alive.
Mr. Nuncreed winced with anguish. His voice hardened.
That's not
They
true.
both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with encouragement.
Walt was like a brother to me. We just had different ideas about how to affect change. Very convenient to your way. That your way just happened to line your pockets. No, that's not
They
fair.
menaced at each other, both catching their breath. The moment balanced on a knife's edge.
Oh shit.
Amid a blur of emotions and memories, Luca's mind flooded with questions. The wind calmed, as if to give him the stage. And in the stillness, he began to hum. After the death of his father, Luca had trouble sleeping. Each night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody. It was the only thing that could calm his mind, the only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay. That melody pervaded every memory Luca had of his mother. Shivering in the raw snow, he began to hum it out loud. Gran lowered the torch, listening closely. As recognition slowly set in, her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together. She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out. A few steps toward Luca was all she could bear before dropping to the snow herself. Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note for note.
I'm not crying, you're crying. I must stop. Is that his mother in disguise? I don't know. Oh my god.
Luca lifted his head in astonishment. The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother.
Oh, how do you know? I'm so sorry, my little buckaroo. Buckaroo? The only people who call me that are my dad and your mother.
Luca blinked through blurry, watery eyes, trying to see more clearly. He could just make out the impression of a familiar face. He peered across the snowscape at the woman on her knees. Something about her was undeniably his mother, only smaller, older, changed.
Mom? That's right, Buckaroo. Mom.
Luca sprinted as fast as he could toward his mother. They held each other close, and the cold retreated from their bodies.
Eleanor? I thought you were gone. You should have known I would never abandon my son.
Eleanor looked down at Luca, tightening her embrace in an appeal for forgiveness.
How? You're a smart man, Joseph. I thought you would have pieced this together by now. You were exposed. Mom, I don't understand any of this. Oh, the goop turned Beck's fur gray. What happened to you? Where did you go? Why did you leave me? I never left you. I was always right here, Luca. Why did you lie to me? It tore me up, Luca, but I did it to keep you safe. I thought that getting answers would help us both move on. The more I discovered, the more I realized the danger we were in. Until perennial harvest was stopped, I thought if everyone thought it was better if everyone thought I was gone. You could have trusted me. These are bad people, Luca. They won't stop until they get what they want. And they don't care who gets hurt in the process. Then, what do? We have to stop them.
Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow.
They can't be stopped. This is too big. I tried beating them at their own game. I'm done fighting fire with fire.
For the first time in a long time, her voice felt like her own again.
No more lies. I see now, there's a better way to stop perennial harvest. The cold, hard
Luca
truth.
gazed down at Nuncreed with pity. He looked small. Joseph stared into the snow, as if searching it for answers.
Come on, everyone. We've got a party to crash. Oh, would the other one have given me an ending? At the end? Is he just gonna stay there? Man, he was pining for Josephine. You don't understand. He always wins.
Chapter 9. The Devil You Know.
That's a good song.
7 months ago,
What's up, Gigi?
Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of sterile hallways under perennial harvest. She stopped in front of the large steel door marked Deep Engineering. No turning back now. She raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door buzzed open with mechanical efficiency. She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant. It was some sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base. She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something called Tempest Liquamen. There were dozens of them, every one stamped failed. Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching. She was out of time. Her eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod. Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and dove inside.
And that is what change is all about. Oh, I pushed the wrong button. I was trying to see if I could... I don't see... What's his face? Squirrel Girl's dad. I don't know what he said before. I wasn't looking at it. Change is a choice. I'm tickled pink. Oh, okay. This is just like a repeat of his speech. I'm tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? This man is a liar. Excuse me? I will not. That's a good retort to somebody saying, "Excuse me, I will not." This town has a dangerous secret, and perennial harvest only exists to keep it hidden. Nonsense. They picked up the whole damn town and moved it right under our noses. You aren't making any sense, dear.
Mr. Kerr addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone.
Imagine such a thing. It's absurd and just plain impossible. They promised they could fix the foul harvest. They told us they would clean this place up. We just had to leave town for a few days. While they had us evacuated, Miss Hartford, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to. You're afraid of a lot of things, aren't you? You sniveling little worm. This is growing tiresome. A little help, please? Don't you all see? This festival is a sham. An excuse to have the whole town gather in one place. They're planning something awful. I don't know what. These people are wicked. Don't listen to her. She has absolutely no proof. I am the proof. I'm Eleanor Van Horn.
Whispers filtered through the crowd.
Well, aren't you just sneaky as the dickens? We all knew Valentine's fertilizer was too good to be true, and now this whole town is paying the price. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so sorry about this disruption. My associates will take this obviously disturbed woman somewhere comfortable, so she can get the help she needs. She's not the one who's disturbed. You two-timing clown. You all know there's something wrong with this town. It was just easier to look the other way. The truth is... Oh look, it's Ellen. That's quite enough, Mr. Nuncreed.
Torment dragged on Joseph Nuncreed's face.
Yes, sir. What? Huh? Take them away. No, I want them to see this. Ah, the tempestuous Eleanor Van Horn. Even quite the thorn in my side. Is that sharper? Like a weed that's burrowed in where it doesn't belong. Were they trying to reverse aging? Or make a clone? I must confess, you look
He
dreadful.
paused for a moment, plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground.
Consider yourself in a rare company. You've managed to pull one over on me. It won't happen again. I knew you had some sort of plan to disrupt our little party. But alas, I expected something a bit more impressive than incoherent rambling. No matter, your failures are yours to bear. Mr. Kerr? Yes, sir? It's a shame it was cut short, but I thank you for that rousing oratory. I will take it from there. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. You've done quality work for me, William. You can look forward to the recompense we've
Kerr
agreed
gave a
upon.
bow of deference.
Founder, you are most gracious.
Gasps rippled through the crowd.
Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
You can all call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
It's
A
kinda funny.
hushed horror gripped the crowd.
Where'd the suit come
This
from?
is a story about change.
What? No. Ah, so you didn't see that coming. Listen. Good.
Sharper examined his new hands.
I'm not gonna say anything. Well, this is quite the improvement. Everything looks so much smaller now. Eleanor was right about one thing. The festival was a ruse. I wanted you all to witness my glorious return with your own eyes. Why does everyone look so downtrodden? This is a celebration, people. Maybe it would help if we set the mood. Mr. Kerr, be a dear and reveal the sign. Ha! Wonderful.
Sharper choked out a crude squawk of a laugh. Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd.
Sharper, you malicious bastard. Ooh, I got a new charm. We're not done yet. I'm glad you're back, so I can tell you to your face. You destroyed this town. We ain't gonna let you get away with it again. Sorry, this is not the time for audience participation. Some assistance, Mr. Kerr.
Gave a subtle nod to the clipboards.
You coward. Does anyone else have something to contribute?
A helpless quiet settled over the crowd.
I thought so. Did you all truly believe you could be free of me? A town of complete and utter fools. You people should be celebrating your return. You are clearly lost without me. That leads me nicely to my children. Daddy? Oh my god. I gave you both the greatest gift a parent can give. The opportunity to prove yourselves in my absence. Squandered. To say I'm disappointed would be an understatement. But silence, Augustus, an adult is speaking. I don't know which is worse, a son who is completely hopeless, or a daughter with such potential who inevitably lets me down. Eris, you fail me with admirable consistency. Thankfully, I was counting on it this time. Father, I have been wasting time, my dear. What have you accomplished? I was focused on cementing our legacy. Legacy? Who needs a legacy when you can just live forever? But what about, it's alright, kiddo. I'm afraid you suffer from a complete lack of imagination. There's just no helping it. Now then, where's Joseph? You didn't take the opportunity to slip off, did you? Ah, there he is. Everyone should give him a hand. None of this would have been possible without Joseph. I think you've said enough. Nonsense. The people deserve to know how helpful and loyal you've been. I only did what I did because he left me no choice. You always had a choice, Joseph. You were simply too weak to take it. No matter. Cheer up. You are about to be rich beyond your wildest dreams. You should follow Mr. Kerr's example. When I found him, he was in a sorrier state than any of you. An aging actor, desperate to recapture his fame. He played his part, and soon he'll be able to play the leading man again. Forever, in fact, if he remains loyal. That goes for all of you. Well, those who haven't already frittered away my goodwill. Beacon Pines is mine again, and I am willing to share its spoils in exchange for absolute loyalty. Are you saying William Kerr was never in charge of Perennial Harvest? Ha! You think that puffed up blatherskite could have accomplished all this? Dawn, I suppose it's time for your big exclusive.
Sharper addressed the crowd with indignant pride. He'd planned this moment for so long that now, at the deed's fruition, it almost felt frivolous.
You see, I needed a figurehead to hold things down while I orchestrated my return. Someone to misdirect, lie, and build this town for itself. So I invented William Kerr. Excuse me? Take your bow. You've earned it.
Mr. Kerr flourished a preposterously elaborate bow.
Hi. Thanks for following. Oh no, Marno. I actually really like your name. That's great. Welcome to the thing. Patrick C. Montesquieu, thespian extraordinaire at your service. Founder, I just want to thank you again for this opportunity. It was truly the role of a lifetime. Well, you did play your role pretty well. Apparently, I'm not the only one who thought so. Wait, so this Bill Kerr was a patsy? That's actually funny. I'm sorry. Oh my god. The whole time. Okay. Now that your secret is out in the open, what's to stop this town from rising up against you? Oh, that's the delicious part. Fear. Thanks to our clipboards, I know what each and every person in this town fears most. And I will make those fears manifest for anyone who steps out of line. The choice is simple. I'm not afraid of you. Huh. The young hero. I've kept a keen eye on you, boy. You and your friends made a habit of disrupting my plans, and also dying, but no one knows that. What a pity. If things would have gone a bit differently, you might have had your moment of triumph. But that's fate for you. You can't do this. Oh, but I can, and I have won. Never underestimate what a great man can do given time. And now, time is my plaything. Perhaps the most expensive thing I've ever bought. But well worth it. Ha!
Sharper coughed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckles.
Enough chit-chat. Let's get to work, shall we?
And so, Sharper set about remaking the town in his own image. The fertilizer factory soon reopened for business. Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous properties. Beacon Pines became famous, a secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer.
Ooh.
The end.
Nope, I don't accept
This
it.
is wrong, but things are becoming clearer now. You can feel it, right?
Yes.
We can't let Sharper win.
No.
He might just be the key to this whole thing.
Let's go kick Solomon in the nuts.
Let's see.
Alright, let's see here. I can change that one, and then I think maybe, yeah, that one. But that one, that's one where Rolo is missing, I think, right? Yeah. Played it chill, and Rolo had to leave, so we went solo and went down that tree. We decided to be a little shit. We both went this way, and Rolo ended up going missing. I can do that. Continue on the story where Rolo's missing. Or I can do this and cry. Let's see what happens if I cry about it. I tend to do that a lot anyway.
And in the stillness, he began to weep. It was all just too much. Falling to his knees, Luca whimpered softly. The tears crystallized as they hit the snow. Gran stared at Luca for a moment with warm sympathy, remembering why this was all necessary.
This'll all make sense soon, Luca. Then everything can go back to normal. This is a death, isn't it? I promise.
She stiffened up and brandished the torch at Mr. Nuncreed.
You can't hide behind those people any longer, Joseph. Once their precious source is destroyed, we'll see where their loyalties fall. Juniper, don't.
Ignoring his final plea, Gran flung the torch into the deep darkness.
And then we all died.
She smiled and exhaled in relief. Mr. Nuncreed moaned in resignation. The torch echoed as it ricocheted down the hole, punctuated with a thunderous thud.
You see, Joseph, I've learned one very important lesson in life. If you want things to change, then you must be willing to...
Before Gran could finish, the ground shook her to silence. only had time to spin around and run to Luca. Her attempt to shield him, an honorable but trifling act. Unflinching love, pitted against an unthinking horror, there was no contest. Her warm embrace froze in an instant. That is where they remain, fixed in place, forever. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a town brought low by its secrets, sits the frozen statues of a misguided band of meddlers. The end.
Alright, time to go back to
That
Rolo
was
Davis.
dire. On the bright side, we finally figured out where all the ice is coming from.
Yeah.
Now, we just need to find a way to deal with a mystic, unfathomable force of nature.
Alright, Rolo's missing, and what's his face is looking pretty malicious over here.
There was a malice lurking behind those eyes, like a trap ready to spring.
Let's go!
Luca felt the weight of Nuncreed's hand on his shoulder. Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but something was telling Luca to get out of there.
I want this all to be over. Of course, I'm sure it will all work out soon enough. I should get going. I told Roxy I'd check for Rolo at the treehouse.
Luca twisted free of Nuncreed's grasp.
Of course. Yeah, don't tell him a goddamn thing. Luca, you know your dad and I were good friends back in the day. You can come to me with anything. Anything at all. Apparently not this. Liar. Run away. Is there anything to do in the library? Nope. Alright. To the treehouse. Ooh, it's the bastard himself. Do you have anything to say? Let's see. Yes. He looked down and muttered in a gruff voice. Mama always told me my problems would look smaller once I grew up. But my problems always seemed to grow right along with me. Heavens, I sense big trouble ahead. Oh, great. We love that. You fucker. These festival decorations are a bit humdrum. Now, if I were to throw a festival, it would be a thing to behold. Shut the fuck up. I agree. This is all more than a little sad. It's worse than sad. It's boring. What if we did a little something to spice things up? I'm listening. You know that festival sign waiting to be unveiled? It would be a shame if someone...
The two scurried off, eagerly formulating a plan.
Oh, I thought they were gonna, vandalize it. That is not what happened. Oh, look, it's one of her moms. Identify yourself, please. Nellie Modwell. Modwell? I work here now. I'm unable to locate you on our staff roll. Oh, I don't officially start until tomorrow. Mr. Curry said I could come in early tonight to get a few things done. Hold, please. Clearance authorized. Thank you. Our harvest awaits. Let me in. I want in. Whoa. You could get a wrench to the noggin sneaking up on a guy like that. Don't scare a man while he's junkin', sonny. Evening, Jeff. Isn't it kind of late to be junkin'? I might as well ask the same thing of you. Find anything good? Ugh, ever since Perennial Harvest moved in, even the junk is trash. You can learn a lot about a person by looking at what they throw away. With this bunch, it's all shredded paper and coffee cups. Well, I better get going. I didn't see nothing if you didn't see nothing. See what? Exactly. I love Jeff. Jeff's great. He's still not moving. Alright, to the treehouse. Ooh, do I have a new... anything? Let's see. Nope.
Luca gently did for skimming this.
Alright. Wonder if we'll get any more. Big fan of Jeff. Honestly, I love him. He's great. He's the grumpy old man who hates everything but likes to dig in the trash and is friends with the kids. Because they can give him candy, and he will give them junk. Specifically, these two, Rolo and... Why do I keep forgetting his freaking name? But they use the junk that they get from Jeff to build their treehouse, which is great. Have you seen Rolo come this way by any chance? Afraid not. As elusive as the fish in this here pond. Yeah, Rolo's like somewhere underground. See, look, there's all the junk that we get from Jeff. And that's the treehouse we built with said junk. Rolo?
He aired a long holler into the woods.
Rolo. I used to actually like Rolo's the candy. And then, like, I don't know, some years ago I decided I don't actually really like chocolate or most of Hershey candy because it's weird sweet. There's some kind of chocolates that I do like, but not Hershey. I'm pretty sure Rolo's is Hershey. Or Mars. I don't actually like Mars that much either. Anyway. Rolo, wherever you are, I hope you're okay.
Luca felt his eyes getting heavy and plopped into the beanbag.
Do you have the radio? I don't remember anymore.
He conceded to its lumpy embrace. Once again, Luca found himself in a vast black expanse.
Lint is pretty good, but I try to avoid it now unless I have, like, an insane sweet tooth. Because I found out that Lint actually isn't part of, like, the fair trade shit. So their chocolate source isn't very ethical or something. I don't really remember the details of it, because it was a while ago that I read it. But, like, I keep looking every once in a while to see what candy companies are getting their chocolate fairly. And I don't think Lint's one of them yet. Mars also didn't. They were going to, but they backed out a few. They were gonna join the fair trade stuff like a few years ago, and then they backed out and said, "Oh, well, we're postponing it a little bit," and so I don't buy M&Ms anymore either. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I mean, it's not like we can do much other than only buy the chocolate that comes from good places. Like, I think Dove actually gets their chocolate fair trade. And if you look in grocery stores, I think most of, like, the quote-unquote, like, healthy food chocolates, they're a little more expensive, but they are fair trade. And I got one of them. I've gotten one of them. They're actually pretty good.
This time, he knew exactly where to go.
So, like, if you do want chocolate, I Google stuff first.
He took a single confident step forward. The world flickered and pulsed. He found himself standing in front of the frigid air of a blazing campfire.
It is, isn't it? And then there's Nestle that I try to avoid like the plague, but Nestle owns so much shit that it's really hard, actually. But we're not getting into that. We're dealing with a story right now. I'm so invested in this story.
The source. He plopped down cross-legged and gazed into the cold flame, waiting. Soon enough, the fire began to die out, popping sporadically, until all that was left was a single ember. Lucas stood up and dusted himself off. He plucked the glowing ember from the cold ash, examined it, and slid it into his pocket. A keepsake. The voice of his father spoke behind him. "You made me proud, Buckaroo."
Aww.
Luca turned to face him. "Dad, what is this place?" A warm grin grew across his father's face. A place where everything that has been and everything that could be all wait together.
We're sitting on the Chronicle right now, just on that book page.
Luca found himself staring at his father's face, trying as hard as he could to memorize every single detail. Wait? For what? Another voice spoke out as Luca's doppelganger stepped forward. That's up to you. Without knowing why, Luca began to weep. Is any of this real? Are you real? Luca's father bent down to smudge away a tear. Of course.
God, right? And the art style is really nice. Like, it's painted, and then, like, the character, I don't know, like, the little animated characters that you actually move, like, it fits with the art style, the way that they move. It feels kind of like, when you know, that's, I don't remember if it was every character, but like in Drawn to Life, when you make your drawn hero, the way that they move, it's kind of like that. It's just, you know, segmented. You got the head moves, you got the arms move, and you got the legs move. It feels like that. And that game was also a bit of a story kind of game. Second one was a little bit of a letdown, though, actually, because, they changed it up a bit too much, and I got kind of bored. Yeah. I mean, it fits, though, because this is a book. Like, they're literally, you can't see me because I'm never going to turn my camera on, but the words are coming out of a book.
I'm as real as the part of you that misses me.
And it fits so well.
Luca turned to look at the older version of himself. And you? The doppelganger choked back tears. I'm as real as the part of you that's angry he's gone. Does that make sense? Through his tears, Luca laughed. I think so. His father pulled him in for an embrace.
Luca is one smart 12-year-old, though.
Time to go, buckaroo. Luca was startled from his dream by a banging on the floor.
Is it gonna be Beck? Are you in there?
A voice rumbled from below.
That's not Beck.
Just as Luca sprang to lock the entry hatch, the door knocked open.
Oh shit.
Chapter 5. Dangers big and small. Luca stumbled back. He heard the rope ladder creak under significant weight.
Oh shit. Is it gonna
Keeping
be
his eyes fixed on the hatch, he inched backward to the balcony.
Joseph?
As his hand grasped the door handle, Luca froze. A large figure clumsily wriggled up through the hole.
Oh. What? Rolo? Holy shit. Oh wait, I don't remember what he just said, but probably like back off or something, or I'll... Sheesh, I know it's dark and all, but I figured you'd recognize me. Look at that. Who are
The
you?
large figure cocked its head inquisitively.
Stop now or I'll clobber you with a baseball bat. Whoa, 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 take it easy. Luca, you need to get your eyes checked. It's me, Rolo. Nice try, but I know you aren't Rolo. You're like one of his random uncles or something. Where is he? Uncle? Luca, quit messing around. It's me. If it really is you, prove it. Flaming chicken coop, Luca.
Luca's jaw dropped.
I want to see what Luca looks like when he's whatever age Rolo is.
He peered more closely at the man standing in front of him. Something about him was undeniably Rolo, only bigger, older, changed.
How? Was it the slime? Was it the sludge? That goop that made his mom into Juniper? But not, like, literally, you know. What happened to you? When I was running away, I ran into more people in those yellow suits. They grabbed me and dragged me away. What? Where did they take you? Dunno. They threw a bag over my head. It was cold and smelled like a swimming pool. I think it was an underground lab or something. They made my hands all big. Look.
Rolo proudly presented
Look at my
his hands to
hands.
Luca.
Pretty sweet, right? I mean, wouldn't be my first pick for a superpower, but beggars can't be choosers. Rolo, it wasn't just your hands. My feet. It's definitely Rolo. Dang, Pa just made me new shoes. Wait, Luca, why are you so
Luca
small?
moved to the side and pointed Rolo to his reflection in the balcony window.
What
His
the?
hands shot up to his face.
Holy Toledo! Rolo, what did they do to you? They made me drink some sort of green crud. Ooh, he was a guinea pig. I think I noticed if I was suddenly settling. I'm pretty sure I would too. Like, if I just decide randomly to walk around on my toes for no reason, that like what 2 inches maybe, inch or two, something like that. I have no semblance of being able to judge distance. It's noticeable. Just a few inches is noticeable. Okay. This is more than just several inches though, because these two were both like 12. They referred to Rolo as an adult man. So he's not a teenager, and he's probably like mid 20s. He is probably old enough to legally buy alcohol in the United States. Like, he shot from 12 to whatever, pre-puberty, prepubescent, to fully grown adult man. That's more than just several inches. That's like, I don't know, at least a foot. At least. I don't know how tall any of these characters are because, they're animals, and I don't think that the heights are going to be particularly accurate, comparable, whatever, but like, it's at least a foot. 12 years old, probably a foot to 3 feet. I don't know how big these animals are supposed to get though, so like, he was 12. He's big. Ew. Actually, it wasn't too bad. It tasted kind of like licorice. Ew. I passed out and woke up like this. And then I sort of smashed open my cage and escaped. That sounds like you. Whoa, you smashed open a cage? Kind of. At least I think I did. It's all a bit of a blur. They had you in a cage? Who are these people? I don't know who did this to you, but we're gonna fix it. And he is doing pretty good. If I went from 12 to 20 something in like overnight, I would be upset. I want to do the reverse. I want to go back to being 12 before anything was a problem and all I had to worry about was school. I don't know who did this to you, but we're going to fix it. Fix it? This is awesome. Rolo, I would hate this. Well, I'm just glad you're safe now. Luca, you don't need to worry about me. Sure, I got snatched, but look at it this way. I got snatched. I know where snatched people go. We may finally have a lead on what happened to your family. I already know. We already know. Maybe you're right, but this all seems dangerous. Danger. Ha!
Rolo shadowboxed a few jabs.
I'll take them all on. Hey, fellas, what's up?
With a yelp, Rolo dove behind Luca.
Take them all on indeed, huh? Ah! Take cover. Did I come at a bad time? Who the heck are you? This is Beck. Sorry, something truly bizarre just happened, and I need help. I didn't know where else to go. Shit, what is the timeline like here? Rolo's missing, so there was no dinner, but there was the fight with... What's his face? Fitz? No, yeah. No. I don't know. No, Fitz is the squirrel girl. I don't remember his name, but the little guy who hangs out with the rhinoceros girl. There was the fight with them, and this is the tickle root. No. Wait. No, it has to be. That would explain one, the hat, and two, I think if he became the little monster, he would be here right now, and there wouldn't have been. Yeah, okay. So you're just hanging out here with your large adult friend? No. This is my buddy Rolo. This is your missing friend? One and the same. He seems a little old. I'll have you know, this is a recent development. What the heck does that mean? Oh, I'm sorry, you're the one who just showed up out of nowhere, so we'll be asking the questions here. That's fair. How did you find us? Your silly little treehouse? I think you mean our silly little mission control. I hate to break it to you, but your secret path isn't so secret. And I could hear your racket from a mile away. See, Luca, this is why we need to improve security around here. Not now, Rolo. Beck, you said something bizarre happened? Yeah,
She
but
shot a nervous glance at Rollo.
anything you can say around me, you can say around Rolo. This has been a weird day all around, hasn't it? Yup.
Beck's eyes narrowed.
Okay, so it all started when I made it back home. Yeah, okay, so this is the tickle route. We tickled instead of went weird. Strange. Um, and so there's no monster bully kid. She's just got some gray fur from the sludge puddle by the tree stump by the factory. That should be abandoned and is not. My first order of business was to try to salvage my hair. So I dyed it with some stuff from the chemistry set my mom gave me. Okay. Just need to play it cool and hope no one notices. Notices what? Oh, nothing. I was just. Come over here and let me have a look. Oh, honey, what in the world did you do to your hair? I kind of felt like a change. This is going to take forever to grow out. Oh, did she cut it? You're the one who said that change was a good thing, right? I was talking about your mother's new job. I was talking about us moving. Well, I guess I just took your lesson to
Elodie
heart.
tried to put on a smile.
Before I forget, come up here. I came up here to tell you that Nellie had to go into work. Tonight? Her and Mr. Kerr decided it would be good for her to get some things done before tomorrow. Oh yeah, we saw that. That Kerr guy seems like a grade A creep. Beck. He is! Him and his weird cult of personality. You are not going to ruin this job for Nellie. It means too much to her. Oh, I know exactly how much it means to her. It means enough for her to exile her daughter to this podunk town. This place sucks. The people are weird. You just don't know them yet. It's always cold. We're in the mountains. You'll get used to it. I can't even pick up a single decent station on the radio. So banjo music and farm reports. You know, I grew up in a town not that different from this one. Is that why you're better at talking to plants than people? Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. First of all, you're grounded. What? In the morning, I'll have Nellie come and see what we can do about fixing your hair. You need to look presentable for the festival, but not on other
She
people.
sighed, and after a moment, looked down at Beck sympathetically.
I know moving is hard, honey. But that doesn't mean you have to make yourself miserable all the time. Other people seem to have that covered for me. Oh, and if you decide to rebel by dyeing your hair more,
She flashed a sly grin and tousled Beck's hair.
but she's wearing a hat. I'll just shave it off for you. Think of how rebellious you'll look then. I want to know how you're supposed to shave a furry's hair. Does it then, like, extend to the fur on their face? Or does it just... Do you just have a bald head and a furry face? Like... I kind of want to see that. That'd be funny. Very funny. Yeah, I think so. Thank you. Good night, sweetie. Good night, Mom. Wait. First of all, this town does not suck. Second, you need help because you got grounded? No. I'm sorry you got in trouble. It's my fault your hair got screwed up in the first place. Don't worry about it. I actually kind of like this look. Great, can we get back to the story now? The next part is the important bit. I have this radio I upgraded with my mom, and I was too angry to sleep. So I tried to dial into something worth listening to. Mr. Kerr, are you there? Mr. Kerr? Yes, I'm busy. What is it? Apologies, I have the founder on the line. Patch him through immediately. One moment. Hello, sir. It's so nice to hear from you. Skip the pleasantries. What's your report on our new lead researcher of deep development? No, I can't read. Deep engineering. Whatever. Nellie Modwell seems to be integrating nicely. At this very moment, she's working to help us meet our deadline. She offered to work overtime before I even had the chance to suggest it. Excellent. And you have faith that she's capable of finishing the work left by her predecessor. Her work must be complete before the festival. I will make sure she stays day and night until it's accomplished. Good. You know how I feel about loose ends. Yes, sir. Once she's finished the work, we need to make a determination regarding her long-term prospects in the company. Immediately, sir? I usually have more time to fully bring people into the fold. We are in the end game, Bill. After your failures with Dr. Prescott, the body in the dumpster, I can't afford to take any risks. Of course, sir. No loose ends, sir. Once she finishes the work, she will either leave the office completely committed to perennial harvest, or she won't leave at all. Oh, perfect. Sir, if I might suggest, maybe we should delay just for a bit. Oh? It's just, we seem to be rushing to hit this festival deadline, and rushing into things has caused some issues in the past. I see. Please understand that I just want what's best for you. I'm eternally grateful for all that you've done for me. Bill, I'll make this very clear for you. I brought you in to make things run smoothly. Not to have opinions. Of course, sir. Chin up, Bill. You're only a few days away from having everything you ever dreamed of. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Whoa. Yeah. Just so we're clear, when they said loose ends, they were talking about murder, right? Like actually killing someone. Well, there was the body in the dumpster, but you guys don't know that because Rollo went missing instead of jumping into a dumpster. Capital murder.
Luca gave Rollo a quick elbow to the ribs.
Who's this founder? I was hoping you guys would know. Nah, as far as we know, Kerr is the top banana at perennial harvest. He sounded scared of this founder guy. So we have an even topper banana in the field. What the hell is my mom caught up in? She talked about the job much? Not really. She said she was going to come in and continue the work of someone she respected. Luca, do you think that body at the warehouse was... Oh wait, shit, no. This is the one where they do go in together, and there was the body, and then they ran at different points in time. That's right. The person Beck's mom came to replace? That would make sense. Beck, it seems like Nellie's predecessor got, loose-ended. I'm getting that impression. Okay, so we need to get your mom out of there before the festival happens. That's 2 days away. Won't she just come home from work? After work? The creep on the radio said that they were gonna hold her there until then. If she's not coming out, we gotta go in and find her. Oh, hell yeah, we're going inside.
Beck flicked a large sheet of paper out of her pocket and slammed it on the floor.
Maybe this will help. You have blueprints? Well, it's really just a welcome map for my mom's PH orientation day. But it shows the layout. Looks like blueprints to me. Look, there's a reception area. There's a big room marked Founder's Office. It even has the exits marked. Guys. We have a deadline. We have an objective. We have blueprints. You realize what this is, right?
Rollo started to wiggle with excitement.
I think we're heisting. This is officially a heist. Hell yeah!
Chapter 6. The Heist. They spent the night's end huddled around that small map, formulating a plan to infiltrate the headquarters of Perennial Harvest. It would be no small feat. A modern facility equipped with all manner of technology, not to mention the swarm of clipboards that would most certainly be scattered throughout. By the time the sun began to peek through the car window used as a makeshift balcony door, all were in agreement. This could just work. The final day before the festival would be used to prepare. They'd need to pool every resource at their disposal, pull every favor with a thread. Even enlist some unsavory characters around town with important tasks only they were suited for. Luckily, there was enough ill will and mistrust toward Perennial Harvest that alliances could be found at a bargain. Luca, Beck, and Rollo rubbed their eyes as they exited the treehouse. They hadn't slept at all that night. There was no time. The festival was to begin in one day, and they each had their assignments.
Oh boy. I'm excited. Actually, genuinely excited. I've been wanting to get into that freaking building this whole time. Rollo, here's the plan. Rollo, you're gonna talk to Roxy. Cordially. Without her and Fitz, this whole thing could go bust. Me, Cordial is my middle name. Uh-huh. And how do you plan to explain your
He waved
new...
vaguely at Rollo's sizable figure.
Circumstance. She'll be so happy I'm alive, she won't even notice. Actually, she said that, if you were alive, she was going to kill you. So, I mean...
Beck snorted an involuntary giggle.
Okay, and Beck, you're sure Ilona won't just shoot this whole thing down when she hears it? She'll listen. Once she understands the danger Nellie's in, the danger we're all in, the plan will make sense. Okay, that leaves me with Jeff, then Iggy. Oh yeah, Iggy, that's his name. He's the little guy who became Monster and actually died. I mean, everybody has died because of that cold snap. At least, 4 times now, but Iggy died dramatically, falling into that hole. That's so fucking sad. Oh my god. This is such a good story! How are you gonna persuade them? I'll think of something. Well, Jeff's a friend. Iggy's an asshole, but Jeff's a friend.
They each looked at each other with sleepy confidence and nodded.
Well, Godspeed. Alright. Nothing? Alright. There's really nothing new for you guys to say. Clipboard. Menaces. Yes. Undaunted, he shook his head. Over? No. Endings are merely a state of mind. This doesn't end until I give up. Wow. I admire the conviction. But can he really pull through? Hell yeah. Okay, wait, so where would I find Jeff? Yawn. You ever wondered why an agricultural company employs an army of survey takers? The clipboards? They say they're just trying to make us happy. They're getting information on all your fears and shit. Do they want to make us happy, or just figure out what makes us happy? An important distinction. Yeah. Indeed. There's Jeff. Hey, Jeff. What can I do for you? Well, I know how much you hate perennial harvest. Hate's a strong word. Oh, sorry. I mean, I didn't say it was the wrong word. Gotcha. So, we're gonna break into their headquarters, and I thought you might be able to help.
Jeff wheezed out a long snicker.
You see, I knew you kids were alright. Great, so you'll
The
help?
joy in Jeff's face drained instantly.
Not a chance. But give me one good reason I should risk my hide aiding and abetting you
Looking
rascals.
into the sullen eyes of his would-be accomplice, Luca blurted out the first word that came to mind.
Junk! Yeah, what of it? Sonny, I've got more junk than a king has copper. Ain't interested.
Luca wasn't ready to give up so easily. He shouted out again.
Shit! Yeah, it's all shit. I still ain't helping. Ain't that some shit?
Jeff's brow perked up.
What do you say? Go ahead and hide then.
Sensing some traction, Luca carried on with vigor.
Let a bunch of kids do what needs to be done. We're not afraid.
Jeff's scowl faded with a sigh.
Say what you will about old Jeff, and they all do, but you'll never hear him say I hid from
One
nothing.
good stomp of the foot was all Jeff needed to drive his point home.
What was it you kids needed? Some sort of disguise. I've got just the thing. And while we're at it, that crate should come in handy. That ain't gonna be free, you know. I'm thinking 5 bags of sour gobs should cover it. Put it on my tab.
Luca offered out his open hand to seal the deal. With a firm and dusty grip, Jeff reciprocated.
Nice. Done. Swing by first thing in the morning. Hell yeah. I don't know what we're gonna do with the crate, but hell yeah. Okay, they're not there. Haha. Hey Tish, look who it is. Luke, are you here to try to tickle us to death again? Look, just hear me out.
Raised an eyebrow suspiciously.
We're listening. Iggy, I know we've both been giant bags of shit to each other.
Iggy gave a reluctant shrug.
You're not wrong. But lately, life has been kinda... strange, you
Iggy
know?
considered the point.
Things have been weird around here. So I'm offering a truce and asking for your help. What do you say we... pull a heist or break into the building? Pull our hostilities, at least for now. Oh, okay. We don't pull away from nothing. Buzz off, okay?
Luca knew they'd need. He tried again.
Sorry. Shit to each
Iggy
other,
gave a
yeah.
reluctant shrug.
You're not wrong, yeah. Lately, life's been kind of strange, yeah.
Iggy considered the point.
Okay, so then I gotta... There we go. I do like breaking things, even if a truce means less breaking things. What if I told you there was a way to have a truce and break stuff? Go on. I need you to cause a distraction so I can sneak into Perennial
A
Harvest HQ.
wild-eyed grin spread across Iggy's face.
My oh my, Luca Van Hoor, I'm impressed. And after all this is done, maybe you and Tish can come hang out at the treehouse sometime. Yes! He was feeling excluded.
Iggy glanced over to Tish, who nodded in agreement.
Fine. But not because we want to see your crappy treehouse. We just like to cause chaos.
With a quick nod, Luca was off.
Let's have all the kids be friends, and then there is no bully because he doesn't feel the need to be an asshole because he's bored and lonely. Hell yeah. Did you hear that,
Iggy
Tish?
gazed up at Tish with a smile.
He invited us to hang out at the
A
treehouse.
faint tear ran down Tish's cheek.
They're both so excited about it. Oh, that's so cute though. Holy shit, she said words! I never expected this day to come. How wonderful. Holy shit. She said words!
Chapter 7.
Oh my god.
Into the Hive.
It's been 4 hours, but I am not ready to stop. Oh my god, I want to keep going. I love this game, holy shit.
A good heist requires preparation, and thorough preparation takes time. Something they had precious little of.
Just gotta breathe.
So far, everything was in order. Jess, Iggy, and Tish all agreed to do their part. Beth radioed Luca that night with a simple and covert message. We are locked and loaded on my end.
Hell yeah.
And Rollo, after a lengthy confession, managed to persuade Roxy and Fitz to help.
Hell yeah.
He stowed away in mission control for the night to avoid attracting attention.
Fair. Very fair. Their parents might not be as understanding.
Rollo, being uniquely suited for the role, would be the first to breach perennial harvest. The outfit provided by Jeff wasn't perfect, but a convincing disguise is 10% wardrobe, 90% confidence.
He sure has a lot of that.
Rollo took a few vigorous breaths and shook out his arms.
Just stay calm, Rollo. You can do this. Got your delivery here. A delivery? I don't have anything on my notes about a delivery. One moment. I'm so sorry, but there's no delivery scheduled for this morning. Right.
He had to think quick.
That's because this goes directly to the founder. He asked that it be kept secret.
Rollo sighed, adjusting his tool belt.
You know how the founder can be. I suppose we can leave this one off the records. Hoo-hoo-hoo! Are they inside the crate? A harvest awaits and
With
such.
a stroke of his mustache, Rollo proceeded into the Perennial Harvest headquarters.
Confidence will get you pretty far. A harvest awaits. Will get you pretty far indeed. Clearly. Package here for the founder. Oh, I didn't hear anything about. Yeah, this is a need-to-know kind of thing. I'll just check.
And flipped through the pages of his clipboard.
This goes directly to the founder. I don't have time to fill you in. Oh, I see. If you could just complete
Rollo
this form.
interrupted with urgency in his voice.
Every time with the forms. Look, if you want to explain to the founder why I'm late, well, it's your funeral. I'm sorry. What did you say your name was again?
Rollo panicked.
Our harvest awaits. Sir, that's a restricted area. Excuse me, sir. Our harvest awaits. Ready to light this candle, Tish? Yup. Suck on this perennial ham fist. What was that?
Distraction was enough for Rollo to regain his confidence.
Just open the damn door. I've got a job to
The
do.
clipboard fumbled around in a frenzy.
I should check on that noise. Oh, come on. Just buzz me in already. Okay. Phew. That was close. I knew it! Nice. Our harvest awaits. Hey, I figured when in doubt, stick with the classics. Well, that was a close one. But you pulled it off. Nice work, Rollo. Alright, everyone knows what to do? Yep. Deep engineering is to the north. I'll go with Beck, in case she needs some muscle. I'll head east to the founder's office. You two be safe. Oh boy. Perennial harvest reception. Better not head that way. Oh, right, okay. I know my cardinal directions. Usually. That's odd. There's not even any cups for the water. Roller's just carrying a wooden box with 12-year-olds. Yeah. I mean, they didn't know that there were 12-year-olds inside. Don't worry about it. It was for the founder. Do I get a map for this? I just have to figure it out? No! Oh god! Oh no! This is gonna suck. You can do it! Oh, way to nowhere. What's going on here? Is this some sort of mind game? You can do it. I'm not so sure. Oh lord. Mazes are not my forte. Especially when there is no guide. Oh, I did it! Solomon?
Solomon stopped in his tracks.
Luca? What are you doing here? It's a long story. Are you
A
okay?
familiar of confusion flashed across Solomon's face. His words rushed out dramatically.
No, I am most certainly not okay. Some strange people grabbed me and... Were they in hazmat suits? Yes, how did you know? They brought me here and locked me up, and when they were distracted, I ran. Dang, okay, you should stick with me. We've got a plan.
Solomon's facade briefly faltered.
We? Yeah, Rolo and Beck are headed to deep engineering. Thank heavens you found me. We've got to get out of here. We can't just leave yet, but they'll catch us again. I've got to do something first. When you were running, did you happen to see a door marked Founder? Founder? Why are you looking for him? I'm not. I just need to get into that office. Now that you mention it, I do think I saw a door that said Founder. It was just down this way. But I came from there. I'm not going through a maze
Luca happened to
again.
notice a plaque above the door.
Office of the Founder. Knocking comes with consequence. Oh, here it is. So it is. It's pretty lucky that I ran into you, or else I might have missed it. Truly
Luca
fortunate.
tried the handle.
Locked.
Solomon leaned forward to examine the mechanism.
Regrettably, it seems to be some sort of electric lock. I don't see how we could possibly defeat a lock
Luca
like that.
smiled and looked at his watch.
Let's just wait a minute. Oh yeah! I don't know what sort of funny business you're up to, but I like it. Well, we already know that Solomon is the founder. That was a big thing in an ending that ended poorly. So, you're right to be suspicious.
She mimed a quick hat tip and ambled off with a whistle.
Go Beck's mom. Howdy. Good afternoon. Just unaware.
The light on the keypad changed from red to green.
How did you do that? It's good to have friends. Quick, let's get inside before someone spots us. I love both of Beck's moms, but the other mom is a little bit trapped right now, unbeknownst to her herself.
Luca switched on his walkie-talkie.
Rolo, I'm in. As expected, there's a control panel. Great timing. We're stuck at a locked door marked 24601. Need you to get us through. What if someone catches us? Wish you get out of here. Very convenient of you two want to escape as quickly as possible. I'm not leaving my friend Solomon. Oh, and the Beck's fluffier mom, the one with the shovel, she's helping because Beck's other mom is helping very shady people and is currently not allowed to actually leave until she's done helping. And obviously, if you've seen even half of what we've been through, they are very clearly bad people, and it ends very poorly every single time. So Beck convinced her mom that they have to help her other mom, and so she's in, and it's great. We also convinced Jeff, the junk trader. I don't know. He digs through the trash and trades kids' trash for candy. Who else did we get? Oh, and we got Tish and... forgot his name, but they set off fireworks. Is Iggy. Iggy. And they set off fireworks to distract the people at the front desk. I'm not leaving my friend
On the
Solomon.
computer screen, a green cursor blinked in a password field.
Surely you don't have a way to get around the password.
Luca pecked out his best guess. Underground secrets.
From the elevator.
The screen blinked to life.
Hell
Columns
yeah.
of green numbers glowed on a black background.
Oh, hi! Beck's other mom, the trapped one, is also in it. Yeah, which is why Beck's fluffy white mom is helping. Because obviously, if they're both moms... Ooh, I bumped my microphone. If they're both her moms, you know, she's obviously going to want to help the other one. She moved here for other mom's job. How did you just guess that? Oh, it's this absurd password Rolo heard when he was down here before. It's funny how someone arrogant enough to call themselves the founder uses such a basic password. Or they were thinking several moves ahead, not expecting anyone to guess something so simple. Okay, Solomon, you tell yourself that. These evil villains always end up outsmarting themselves.
Solomon's jaw clenched into a half smile.
He's getting just reamed by this 12-year-old. He thinks he's so fucking smart. Yeah, unfortunately, I've got a shit memory, and if they don't show up enough times, I forget names. Hell, I forget Luca's name half the time. So unfortunately, I continuously forget their names, but thank you. Nellie is the trapped one. I can't read right now. Nellie is the trapped one. And Ilona, maybe? I actually don't know how to pronounce her name. Because I forgot. I don't even remember if they did pronounce it, but she's very classy looking. She doesn't look like the type that would, you know, talk to plants. But I like that. Your powers of deduction are as impressive as your luck.
Luca quickly scanned the columns for number 24601.
Rolo, I think this should do it. Click. Bingo bango, doors open. Luca, you never fail to impress. Honestly, yeah. But I like her moms. What is that slippery lout even doing down here? We have a friend whose mom is in trouble. We're here to get her out. I like all the characters, actually, even Solomon, the little shit, and the smug bastard he turns into. The character's design is great. Even the characters that don't have voice Animal Crossing sounds, even they're great. They have their own individual character. I like the little bug kid, the kid who keeps looking for the bugs and keeps telling me, yeah, no, they're all just gone. All the bugs have fled. I don't know what happened. This is really weird. I hope he finds a beetle. I see. Oh, Luca, I think we're close. The next door is marked 13806.
Once again, Luca scrutinized the numbers on the screen. In that moment of distraction, Solomon reached forward and pressed a large red button.
Maybe this one opens the lock. You asshole. Crap, we've got company. Luca, must go faster. One sec, I can't think with all this
He quickly
noise.
skimmed the screen with his finger.
Here it is. 1313806. Go, go, go. Curse these fumbling hands. My apologies, Luca. Yeah. Don't beat yourself up. I know you were just trying to help. Yeah, I bet. I like the creepy clipboards. Aw, man. No water cups. Rolo! Rolo, are you okay? Rolo, come in.
Mr. Kerr approached approached with a sneer and spoke into his walkie-talkie.
You can turn off the alarms. They're
With
trapped.
self-satisfaction, he called into the hallway.
Oh, is that the dead-end room? That, my dears, is a dead end. Nowhere to run. Oh no. Rolo, where are you? Are you okay? Oh no. Yeah, I think we lost him. Hell yeah! Making our way back to Nellie's office. Oh! They were a ruse! They were a distraction! Hell yeah! Okay, you two rabble-rousers are coming with us. Nope. Yeah! Make a break for it. They just stood. Did that little shit just kick me? She took after her. She took after Luca. Luca kicked her in the shins way at the beginning of all of this. Don't just stand there after them. Okay, I think that worked. Roxy and Fitz have them on a wild goose chase. I'm having trouble following what just happened. Like I said, it's good to have friends. Rolo, how long do you think Roxy can distract them? How long can Roxy keep someone so pissed off they can't see straight? Let's just say we've got time. Yeah. This story's great. Kudos to whoever wrote this shit. I'm loving it so much. Entering Nellie's office now. Mom! Oh, honey, what did you do to your hair? I thought you'd be happy. I finally used the Young Chemist's lab kit. You sure have a knack for making me incredibly proud in the most frustrating ways. We need to get you out of here. Me? Who's your adult friend? Oh, I'm not an adult. Ever heard of a growth spurt? More of like a growth spew. No, that's not possible.
Nellie leaned over to examine his teeth.
Substantial banding on the enamels of the molars, consistent with Tempest liquamine exposure. Is that what you call the gunk they forced me to drink? You drank it? Oh no. They told me it was only being tested on plants. Oh, Beck, sweetie, I promise I didn't know. Mom, what the hell is going on in this place? I was brought here to work on the discovery of a lifetime. A novel chemical compound was discovered under Beacon Pines in a wellspring they called the Source. They named it Tempest Liquamine. It pulls energy from its surroundings in order to fundamentally alter matter's relationship with time. It was the secret to Valentine's fertilizer. Okay. Alright. They harvested the source, infusing small amounts of the Tempest liquamine into the product. It worked wonders, drastically accelerating plant growth. Crops would be ready to harvest in a fraction of the time, but it led to complications. The foul harvest. Perennial harvest came in to clean up the mess, to succeed where Valentine failed. No. But Tempest liquamine is rebellious. Rebellious? You can think of it as a manifestation of change itself. It's volatile by its very nature. So the more you try to get it to do a specific thing, the more it resists, yes. I can relate to that. My role was to finish the work of my predecessor, Dr. Prescott, harnessing the Tempest liquamine to reliably manipulate an organism's age. Just imagine how many people we could feed. Mr. Kerr was very insistent we achieve a successful result before today's festival. But you didn't,
Nellie
right?
sighed.
You know how much I love a good puzzle, Nellie. I poured myself into the problem. It wasn't long until I discovered oddities in Dr. Prescott's notes. Oddities? They contained obvious errors, my god, mistakes that someone of his reputation would never make. So I fixed them and now I get to replace my entire wardrobe. I really am truly sorry. Those clothes were all hand-me-downs anyway. Sounds like Dr. Prescott figured it out, got cold feet, and intentionally sabotaged his own work. I had considered that possibility. I sent a letter asking him to clarify his thinking. Mom, Dr. Prescott is dead. Kerr had him killed. What? I overheard him talking about it on the radio. It's why we gotta get you out of here. They just... like, now. Wait, the vial. I finally solved the chemical equation allowing direct control of aging. Mr. Kerr picked it up just before you came. All the more reason we gotta hightail it. Luca, we've got Dr. Modwell heading your way now. Roger that, be careful. Alright, everything's on track. And what's your plan for escape? We'll go over everything when they get here. In the meantime, maybe we can dig up more info. Malice 80 proof whiskey. A hard drink for a hard man. Ooh, didn't he fish that up out of the pond? Wow, even his alcohol is arrogant. You already knew this!
Muttered inaudibly.
I should just smother you right now. What's that? I said I shouldn't bother you right now. Don't be silly, no bother at all. Okay, so that's... Oh shit, what's his name though? Sharper. It's Sharper and his kids. I keep forgetting that Sharper didn't, like, die a long time ago or anything. Like, this was a whole recent thing. I keep remembering that. Like, this was all recent. So that's Sharper, that's the current mayor, and that's, okay, so Augustus and Eris. Augustus looks more like Sharper than Eris does, but I guess that's probably because of whoever their mother is, who has not been mentioned once anywhere, ever. Let's see what else this bad boy has on it. Security system, time card logs, payroll. You know, for being so evil, this guy sure is boring.
Solomon once again muttered under his breath.
Just you wait. Huh? Oh, nothing.
Luca tugged on each of the cabinets.
Dang, this must be the good stuff. They're all locked. Perhaps he's not as careless as you suspected. Looks like the founder was helping Kurt plan the festival. Why would such a secretive leader be obsessed with a party? Only time will
Luca
tell.
held his hand up to the ashtray.
Still warm. He must have been in here recently. Suspicious. Don't be... Solomon's just over it. Why does Augustus have darts in his face? Probably because, you might have missed it, because I think you just kind of joined a little bit ago, but when Solomon revealed himself, he was more disappointed in Augustus, because Augustus is kind of a coward. He doesn't think he's good enough to be mayor, he kind of just rolls with what he's given, he kind of doesn't do shit. According to Sharper, Augustus is just kind of an all-around disappointment, and Sharper clearly is an egotistical bastard who wants to live forever. So, when Augustus had absolutely no spine, I think he seemed nice. He could be like a kindergarten teacher or something. That'd be nice. I think he'd like that. But, but Sharper is exceedingly disappointed in him. He thinks that he should be holding himself to a much higher standard because he's a Valentine. Blah blah blah, egotistical maniac kind of talk, you know. I'm really sorry you got dragged into this mess, Solomon. You needn't worry about me. Well, I feel bad either way. We're gonna get you out of this, I promise.
With a subtle, quivering lip, a smile crawled across Solomon's face.
Ruh-roh.
They heard the trampling of frantic footsteps from the hallway.
Yay! Lock it, lock it, lock it! Locked. That was close. When we left Nellie's office, it was swarming with clipboards. We barely got away. Did they follow you? Yes. Rolo, before we start tossing blame around, is it possible someone ordered a pizza? We'd love to hear your thoughts. Definitely not a pizza. What now? Don't look at me. I'm officially retiring from this heisting business. We're so sorry for the inconvenience. We just have a few quick questions. Really? Well then, you're welcome for pointing it out. I like to look at every little detail everywhere. I hate missing things. Just let me think. Can someone watch the door? Of course. No, 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 don't let him watch it. He's gonna fucking open it. Everyone else huddle up. Oops, you motherfucker. See? See? I think this little caper has gone on long enough. Solomon, you whore. Derogatory. Solomon, no. Hush now, child. The adults are speaking, says the also 12-year-old. Miss Monwell, a brief reintroduction is in order. We've never met in person, but we have corresponded. You see, it was I who hired you. Solomon, the pathetic orphan child. The powerful and enigmatic founder, Sharper, the fallen progenitor who created this town. Perennial harvest, Valentine fertilizer. All connected by a single thread. Yours truly. But
Her
that's...
eyes searched the floor in thought. Solomon watched eagerly, waiting for the flicker of epiphany. With a sickened look, she peered into his soul.
Ha! Yes, now you've got it. Tempest Sucumine, you discovered how to reverse the
Solomon
process.
clapped with genuine delight.
Very good, Mr. Mogwell. Dr. I can't read. Very good. Though the discovery wasn't intentional.
Solomon glanced down, examining his youthful form.
And the effects went a little too far for my tastes. That's why you needed me to finish Dr. Prescott's work, which you did admirably. Mr. Kerr, the vial,
Presented
please.
it with a theatrical twirl of the hand.
May I present to you the
Before
eighth
he
wonder
could
of
finish,
the...
Rolo snatched the vial from Kerr's palm.
Throw it! Wow, this stuff sounds pretty valuable. Be careful, you fool. You have no idea what you have in your hand. Actually, we do. You just did a whole evil villain monologue thingy about it.
Rolo casually tossed the vial to Luca.
Yoink. Show me adult Luca, show me adult Luca, show me adult Luca, I wanna see.
Luca jiggled
Gosh,
the vial
maybe
back and
I'll
forth.
have a taste. Do it! Seize him! Drink it, drink it, drink it, drink it, drink it. Luca, over here. Ah, shit. No one's gonna drink it. Move another inch and I smash
She held
it.
tightly behind her back. Solomon sighed, speaking in crisp, measured syllables.
You have no plan. I'll smash it, I swear. Fine. Risk killing us all. Or, if you're lucky, nothing happens. Then what? We capture you and grant you much less
He
leniency.
pursed his lips with feigned sincerity.
But I give you my word, if you hand it over now, none of you will be
A
harmed.
deep uncertainty washed over Beck.
You're a smart girl, Beck. But there's no shame in being outwitted by someone smarter than you. We both know there is only one way this ends.
She looked to Nellie shakily. With a dispirited nod, Nellie sighed in defeat. Beck slowly approached Solomon.
That's not very slow. That's a good girl. Beck, don't do it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Now I'm excited. We can't trust that jerk. I'm sorry. He's
With
right.
apprehension, Beck conceded. Solomon pocketed the vial and brushed off his shoulder with a sharp flick.
Mr. Kerr, you have allowed yourself to be humiliated by a group of children. Report to my office tomorrow for a performance
The
review.
blood drained from Kerr's face.
Of course, sir. But first, you have a speech to make. Trot out there and give me the introduction I deserve. And don't forget to smile. Yes, sir. And to think all of this is thanks to the efforts of Mr. Van Horn. I don't understand. How is this all because of me? Ha! I said Mr. Van Horn, silly child. Dr. Walt Van Horn. Your father was always a thorn in my side. I offered him an opportunity to be part of something great, but the fool was blinded by righteousness. He even broke into my laboratory in an attempt to sabotage my work.
Solomon shook his head with gratification.
But the universe has a funny way of correcting course. By meddling with a force he didn't understand, Walt showed me its true potential. As fate would have it, Luca, your father's dying act was to grant me
A
eternal
muffled
life.
applause resonated faintly through the walls.
Well, that's my cue. After the festivities and my subsequent ascension, I will return to deal with you all. Until then, I suggest you use this time to reflect on the magnitude of your failure. You three keep post outside the door. Well, crap. I half expected him to say, Luca, you are your dad. What the hell happened to your head? Hey, I'm sorry, Luca. I did what I had to do. I know, it's just, we were so close. I've got a feeling that eventually Solomon will get what's coming to him. Time. You did that on purpose! Dyslexia's a bitch and you're just making it worse. Time wounds all heals. I thought that was me being dyslexic as hell. I was gonna be like, no wait, time heals all wounds. Wait a second. Hang on. Well, time seems like less of an issue for him now. It is clever, but also, ow. Dyslexia
Nellie was
is
staring at the floor, deep in thought.
Sorry, Luca. Give me a minute to calm my mind. I can't believe Beck sold us out like that. I'm not sure she had any other choice. So what now? What's the plan? I don't have one. Of course you do. You always have a plan. Rolo, you just need some time. Rolo, it's over. We lost. Now I can talk to you? Okay. Luca, there's something you should know. After Mr. Kerr locked me in that office, I had nothing but time and curiosity. I poked around a bit, hoping to find a means of escape, but I found something else. A note, hidden in a false drawer. What sort of note? Dr. Prescott must have sensed his time at Perennial Harvest was growing short, so he left behind a letter, with the hope it would be found by his successor. It was a confession of sorts. He left it for me, but its contents? There is a reason for that. Oh, I'm sure. Luca, I think they were meant for you. I'm sure there's a reason for it. Why? What did it say? It was about an incident with your mother. You get to find out. He gets to find out. He gets to find out that her... Yes! They don't need to die for him to find out about his mom. Dr. Prescott found her in his lab with a stolen keycard. There was an accident. She'd been exposed to extreme amounts of Tempest liquamin.
The color dropped from Luca's face.
She survived. Dr. Prescott decided to help her recover. He no longer trusted Perennial Harvest, so he kept her whereabouts a secret. Over time, your mother led him to reconsider the purpose of scientific discovery. Science is often at the vanguard of change, but that doesn't mean it's always right. He realized that no one should have control over something as powerful as time itself. I now believe that's why he began to intentionally sabotage his own work. But you still completed it, and it cost him his life. That's a reasonable conclusion.
Luca was overwhelmed with emotion.
But if she's alive, where has she been? Where is she now?
A sudden explosion sounded from the hull. Chapter 8. Comeuppance.
Oh boy, oh
Ears
boy!
still ringing, Gran picked herself up off the ground. Through the dust and smoke, she looked over to see Mrs. Fratelli helping Hiram Toliver to his feet.
They're not gonna blow up the hole, they're gonna blow up this
She'd
place.
had to beg,
HQ.
borrow, and steal to acquire those explosives. How many nights had she spent visualizing how she'd use them to make things right? And now, her one shot at destroying the source, that damned hole that swallowed so much of her life, was gone.
You don't want to do that anyway, trust me.
Traded for this jagged hole in a wall and a foolhardy shot at rescuing Rollo.
We already know what happens when you try to do that. She found this out after complete. Oh, okay. But wasn't she, like, locked in there to complete the work? Well, I guess after she completed the work, she didn't really have anything else to do, and so she started poking around. So I guess that makes sense.
With Fratelli and Toliver at her side, she stepped through. It was a strange feeling. The last time she'd stalked this maze of hallways, it was in a different body. They quickly rounded a corner to find a group of clipboards guarding a door. Something worth guarding is probably something worth seeing. She leapt forward, brandishing her cane. If her last chance at vengeance for things lost was truly gone, she would just have to fight to keep what she still had.
Hell yeah! Beat him up! Hell yeah! Gran, what are you doing here? Luca, what are you doing here? We're here to save Nellie. We're here to save Rollo. Hey, Miss Luca's... hey, Miss Luca's Gran. That's awful nice of you, but I'm fine. Oh no, what did they... Grant, there's no time to explain. We have to go now. Come on, everyone. We've got a party to crash.
They made their way out from deep within Perennial Harvest, just as Solomon finished up his speech.
Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket.
We've got to stop him.
In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
No! Well, I guess that's it. We lost. I wouldn't be so sure about that.
With a mischievous look, Beck elbowed Luca. Remember when I had the vial behind my back? I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little junk.
Can't wait to see the look on his face when he realizes he drank his own cigar ash. How did ashes get into the vial? It was pretty easy to mess with the vial when it was behind my back. Oh, that's sneaky. Well, it's a bad habit anyway. Pa always said bad habits are like 50-yard field goals. Huh? Hard to kick. Dad jokes! Just let it sit here with the smug happiness, the smug pride, and the just dejected hello. You can all call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Shh, I'm gonna do the other one just to see what happens now that you've said change. Just to see what happens. Holy shit. We killed a man! Holy shit! Well, that's one way to kick a bad habit. Yeah. Holy fuck. Alright, I will. But it'll be the last one if it's the true end.
As the last of what was once Sharper Valentine wafted into the air, the crowd began to disperse, still numb from what they had just observed.
Oh.
Sharper
Is
Valentine
it?
was gone for good. His end would be a new beginning for Beacon Pines. A new chance to let go of the things they had lost and grab hold of a new future. The end. Well, I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a bit gratifying. If that feels to you like a good note to end on, I won't stand in your way.
Alright, I just want to make sure that we've got everything else. Yeah. Alright, so I want to see both of them. Which one should I do first? Okay, it does do that, so I'm just gonna close my eyes. Malice.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little malice.
Sorry, Malice has already been chosen. Malice, the whiskey from his office? Yep, dude had an unfinished glass on his desk. Figured his grow juice could use a little hair of the dog. He is a dog. That's kind of funny, actually. You can all call me Sharper
His
Valentine.
body and face began to contort and expand.
Yep. Is he gonna turn into alcohol? Just liquefy? Holy shit! I can't. Holy shit! Now that's what I call 80 poof whiskey. Oh my god. Damn, dude.
The crowd gazed in stunned silence at the now empty stage. Quietly spoken when William cursed
Oh my
pointed at
God.
the stage and into the distance.
Hey, memory's bad everywhere, man. Me too. Oh my god, and there goes
He was
Kerr.
never seen around Beacon Pines, or anywhere else for that matter, again.
What happens to
Watching
Perennial
the
Harvest,
silhouette of
though?
Kerr disappear over the horizon, Luca began to laugh.
I'm already laughing, Luca.
First, a low chuckle that became uncontrolled, heaving laughter.
Oh my
Through his
god.
tears, he was vaguely aware that the crowd had begun to laugh with him.
He expanded and exploded into
The
confetti.
end.
That was hilarious.
That was unexpected.
It really was.
Perhaps a bit of an absurd ending for my taste, but who am I to say?
That was a great
I'm
ending.
writing the damn thing.
Fine. Okay, alright. Change.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little change.
Like, pocket change? Your unlucky penny. Yeah, I plopped it in the vial when no one was looking. What's that gonna do? No idea. That's the beauty of science. This is a lot more talking than what happened before. Now we observe. You can all call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began.
Yep, not again. Holy crap, he's a baby? Yeah, but he's still Sharper, right? What he was no longer matters. Oh my god. This is an innocent child. Look at that face! Ah! Oh my god! Look at the little baby! He's a little dog. He's a little puppy. This is an innocent child. I apologize for all the harm my father has caused you.
Awkwardly cradled the squirming child. She looked to her brother, her voice shaking with uncertainty.
Augustus, what do we... Well, we do what Valentines always do. What must be done. I'll hurry home and prepare a father for young Sharper. That would be a great help. Thank you.
She looked back down at the infant with equal parts kindness and terror in her eyes.
Now raise him to be a good person.
With a shake of her head, Eris addressed the crowd with a stern scowl.
Okay, everyone, the show is over. You may leave now. Whew.
Epilogue.
Oh boy.
Eden Pine's coldest summer on record came and went without much fanfare. Folks shared what they had, and none were left wanting. The new school year was ushered in by the falling leaves of autumn.
So I guess that's the true endings. Change.
After everything Luca,
Okay.
Rollo, and Beck had been through, middle school was bearable.
Rollo, are you a child again?
The chill of winter didn't seem to bother people much.
Okay, but is Rollo still a child? Or is Rollo still a full-grown adult in, what, middle school? Or did they find a way to turn him back into a child? Also his mom, because if they can change Rollo back...
They kindled a hope for a better future in their hearts. When spring arrived, farmers planted their crops with a sense of joy and optimism. And as the dawn of the first day of summer came again, its light slowly spread through the shallow valley. It crept over the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, and came to rest on a young boy sleeping at dawn, his mind at peace, knowing he is here for a reason.
Oh my god. Sweater. Hell yeah. Rollo, are you up yet? Roger that. It's a beautiful day at Mission Control. You gonna swing by? Be there in a minute.
Over time, Eleanor began moving Walt's old things out of the closet and into storage. Eleanor had moved back into her bedroom, and now that she wasn't sneaking out late, she even slept there most nights.
Oh. Does that mean that Eleanor's still, you know, Juniper? Anything else? No? I left the drawer open apparently, but I don't think I could have closed that. Yeah, okay. Mom, I'm ready to go now. You go on without me, I'll meet you there. I've got a batch of jam to finish jarring. It's funny, I only started making jam as a way to send messages without anyone noticing. But now, I enjoy it. Good for you. He didn't find out about his father, though. Or the whole moving of the town. Wait. What? Yay! We started the game out with a sneeze and we're wrapping it up with a sneeze. Oh, they're planting trees. I hear you and Rollo have big plans for that little treehouse. Yeah, it started getting crowded after we revoked the max capacity 1 Rollo 1 Luca rule. So we decided to expand. But at least we've got some help with that. How's the internship at Nellie and Ilona shop going? It's been great. I'm hoping it helps me get into the School of Agriculture up at State. Also, Nellie said she'd write a letter of recommendation, which would be huge. I just can't help but worry about leaving Rollo. He's grown up so fast, but he's still my little brother. Yeah, he had a heck of a growth spurt. I don't just mean growth, literally. This morning, he was up and finished his chores before he even had breakfast. Well, some of that might be his excitement about the treehouse renovations. Don't tell him this, because it'll go to his head. But I'm really proud of that little punk. I'm sure he feels the same way, but he's too dang proud to tell you. I know. Aww. Look, it's the shovel. And probably moved it, right? Oh shit, they can... maybe that means they can plan things now. Look at him! Oh, he's a happy dog now. Oh, that's so nice. I'm happy for him. He looks so much happier now. Hey Gus, how's the tree planting going? Couldn't be better. I'm so grateful to Ilona and Nellie for letting me help. I just wasn't built to be a mayor. Too much bureaucracy. Gus, we finished cleaning up the sidewalks. What's
When
next?
perennial harvest collapsed, most of the clipboards skipped town, but some stuck around and dedicated themselves to making things right.
Good for them. Anyone with a knack for art can help paint the new offices. You can count on us. Well, looks like you really found your calling. I never really felt comfortable telling people what to do. Now, this right here, this is something I can be proud of. Oh, I'm so fucking happy for him, oh my god. How's the napping this morning? The most underrated part of a good nap is the view. And the view's getting greener every day. Nice. I see you decided on the name. Yep, we had to clear out all the old stuff before putting on the final touch. Slow and Dirty Harvest is now official. Nice. I like it. It was actually Nellie's idea. There's still a lot of work to do, and the name serves as a reminder. Just because progress is important doesn't mean change should happen fast. In fact, I've learned that the more you care about something, the more important it is to take things slow. Our motto is go slow and fix things. Amen to that. You know what? Hell yeah. Darn, I can't go inside and see what you've done with the place. Ooh, look! Young Mr. Van Horn. Look at that grumpy baby! How's little Solomon, or Sharper doing? Young Sharper seems to enjoy nature more than I. So we do a lot of strolling these days. Ha! Remember when you said that strolling was for commoners? Has he, attempted to crawl out of his crib and plot world domination? Yeah. Thankfully, no. I spoke at length with Dr. Marvel, and she feels that Sharper's infant mind was not developed enough to retain his previous memories. For all intents and purposes, this child is unmolded clay. Hell yeah. Let's hope he's a little nicer the second time around. That is the objective, yes. But really, all I can do is try and hope. 2 activities I'm endeavoring to find less distasteful words. Well, I think you're doing a great job, and the whole town is ready to help you out however we can. I can't wait to teach him how to throw a baseball.
Liz did her best to ignore the tears welling in her eyes.
That would be acceptable. I love a good happy ending. What do you gotta say? He looked to his friends with a thankful smile. After everything that could have gone wrong, everything that did go wrong, we made it. The end.
Closing her eyes, Miss Hatch took a deep, relaxing breath.
Did she read their fucking story? God dang. Are you finally done reading? Oh, hello, Luca. How are you? Really good, actually. That's wonderful. Did I miss anything? You missed a whole year, apparently. I think you're pretty much up to speed. Yeah, that's actually hilarious. Oh shit, where's... Luca, do you want a biscotti? On the house. I don't really have time. Zero, you've gotta come see this. I finally did it. I pulled the perfect espresso. Aw, Lumi. I didn't know better. I would think you're proud of something. As if. No. It's too late. You are now officially a person that cares. Nice. Alright, what's the newspaper man gotta say? Who's the mayor now if he's not the mayor? What's today's news that needs knowing? I'll give you tomorrow's headline today. Our old friend Patrick C. Montesquieu, aka William Kerr, just performed a stirring rendition of The Iceman Cometh at the State Correctional Facility. State Correctional. He's in jail. He performed in jail. I hear there wasn't a dry eye in the house. Well, I guess he has plenty of time to work on his craft. You know, good for him. He's getting some help, and he's back to doing what he actually likes to do. Yawn, hi Dawn. I'm glad you swung by. More follow-up questions for your story? Nope, got everything I need. Thanks again for that. I sent a draft of the story to a reporter in Capital City, and they offered me an internship. Dawn, are you going to be leaving? Of course they did. You're an amazing reporter. I don't know about all that. A story about a phony corporation that picked up an entire town of people and moved them to cover up a massive illegal mine shaft of incredibly hazardous chemicals sort of writes itself, if you think about it. Don't forget about us when you become a fancy big city reporter. Capital City isn't that far away. I'm gonna have to come back from time to time to check in and see what sort of new trouble you found yourself into. Sorry to disappoint, my adventuring days are over. We both know that's not true. What makes you say that? Call it a reporter's intuition. I hope whoever made this makes another game, because this was really good. Look, a third one. No words? Okay. Are you leaving?
Mrs. Fratelli glowed with a carefree smile.
Is that your suitcase? That is 2 weeks of unencumbered tranquility. Okay, vacation. Excuse me? Would you be so kind as to take my order? 2 weeks of sand, margaritas, and forgotten obligations. Excuse me? I'd love to place an order.
Mrs. Fratelli sighed with a zen-like calm.
Vacation, you deserve it. Just as soon as the lunch rush ends. I'll be a feather on the wind. You're going on vacation? For the first time in years. And I've got you and your mom to thank. Why is that? She didn't tell you yet? You two are gonna fill in for me at the diner while I'm gone. Just like old times. It's fine, I'll wait. Yes, you will. Alright, let's go down and see what's here. Who was I looking for anyway? Hey Luca, can you tell Roxy I'll be free in an hour? Sure thing. My dad's making me stock shells for the summer. He says it builds character. I think he means to say it builds calluses. Builds character. Yeah, builds something, alright. No touching. I want to touch it. Wow, back for seconds? If it's not too much trouble. For the longest time, I didn't understand the appeal of ice cream. That serves no purpose, other than to be briefly enjoyed and then it's gone. But it's pretty tasty while it lasts. I'm inclined to agree. Good on you. That big thing's gone. Okay, I'm supposed to go to the treehouse, but I'm gonna keep looking one more direction. Lie, baby.
Over the school year, Kato and Bert had become close friends.
Aw. Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. But did you know that when they covered up the source, they found a new species of fungus? Yep, and they are studying it in the new labs. Did you know that Beacon Pines is now the smallest town in the county? Yep, close to population before Perennial Harvest moved in.
It typically went on like this for quite some time.
You're good for them. You know what? I can't believe it's over. Yeah, the town's really starting to turn a new leaf. The town? I was talking about Hank Atomic. I just finished the last issue. How was it? As great as always. Hank finally returned to Earth, but I just feel weird now. Weird can be cool. It just means you're ready for something new. Any suggestions? You could ask Miss Hatch about what she's always reading. She seems to really enjoy it. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah, Miss Hatch missed the entire everything for a year.
Luca peeked over Piper's shoulder. Laid stealthily inside a large volume of mathematics was the first issue of Hank Atomic.
Piper, are you reading Hank Atomic? Do you mind not telling anyone else? I kinda got a reputation to uphold. Oh, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Just about every kid in town reads Hank Atomic. Honestly, I'm excited for you. What I'd give to start over fresh. To experience it again for the first time. I guess that's the downside of finishing something nice. At least now I can enjoy it again through you. Promise to tell me about it as you go? Sure thing. You're right. You're so right. Oh, there's more Bonnies! Hey, Mr. Nuncreed. I'm gonna go see my dad in a bit. Huh? Did you want to come with? After everything I did, you'd still...
Mr. Nuncreed shook his head.
You really are your father's son, aren't you? I don't think I'm ready for that yet. Well, you're always invited. I bet he'd love to hear from you. I'll visit Walt in my own time. You run along now. Look at them all! Holy shit.
Perennial
Oh!
harvest gone, the transportation tubes were left unused.
Come on, come on. No one is too big, no one is too small for Jeff's wild ride.
Maybe not completely unused.
Just one piece of candy for the ride of your life. Who's next? Me. I want to ride. Are the Beatles back? Guess what? Yesterday I saw a Dynasty Beetle, and that's good. It's great! I haven't spotted one of those in years. At this rate, Beacon Pines is going to become the bug capital of the county. Country? With the bees. I can't go this way? Okay. Darn. Yeah, I think she was too. This is a book.
The Valentine Mansion loomed over every other building in town, both figuratively and literally.
That's just the same message from the beginning.
After the foul harvest destroyed, the Valentines shuttered off their...
That's just the same thing. They didn't change anything in that house? I would think after becoming more open to the town itself, they might be a little more welcoming to people coming to visit. After all, the town is like, hey, we'll help you raise this evil child who we can make to not be evil anymore. Alright, to the treehouse. I got stuck. And we chill. Actually, real quick. Can I tell her? No? Okay. Okay. Do I have any final things? No, I've got everything, I guess. Luca, get this. I managed to reel in an actual fish this morning. Seriously? Yeah, an honest to goodness flip-floppin' swim-swamming fish. I don't think I've ever caught an actual fish here. Been at least 7 years since I've caught one. I'd say it's a good omen. What'd you do with the fish? Oh, I released it back into the pond. I'm hoping to catch it again tomorrow. Nice. Hell yeah! More friends. A little higher. Oh, that's right. They come hang out now, too. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. Yep. A little lower. Yup. Little higher. Yup. I'm telling you, the angle isn't the issue. We need more power to the radio. Luca, there you are. Would you tell him it's not the angle? Hey, I'm not in charge of the antenna redesign. Fine. Iggy, just don't do anything drastic until we get back. Who? Me? Tish, you're in charge while I'm gone. Yup. They'll be fine, right? It'll be fine. If we really want mission control to turn into something bigger and better, we have to loosen our grip a bit. You're right. Lead the way. Oh, okay. Well, it's fine. Let's go. I am just picturing a middle-aged, not middle-aged, that'd be like 40 or 50 or something. I'm just trying to imagine a large, like 20-something-year-old sitting in a classroom designed for, I think he's 13 now, so 13-year-olds. And it's the funniest picture. I have news I think you'll enjoy. This morning, I unpacked my last box. You've officially moved in. It's just a box. Let's not blow this out of proportion. It sounds an awful lot like putting down roots. I guess I decided this place is root-worthy. You're gonna be stuck with me for the foreseeable future. I do have to warn you, most years aren't gonna be as interesting as this one. I think I'll manage. Ready? Before we go, there's a bit of a surprise. Okay. tree. My mom's prepared this tree especially for you. They didn't have to do that. It wasn't just them. Just about the whole town pitched it. We all owe you. It should do okay in the cold of old Beacon Pines. And thrive as things warm up. That's perfect. Oh my god. When you're ready, take Jeff's wild ride to Old Beacon. Oh, it's the same tree. It's his dad's favorite kind of tree. Oh my god. And everybody's gonna go. Hey Jeff, we're ready. I've already explored the entire town. You got it. Now that's a good looking tree. Being a special occasion and whatnot, this ride's on the house. You're gonna want to hang on tight to that little tree. Oh my god. Oh no. Me too.
I think this is it. The end I've been waiting for. Honestly, I'd begun to lose hope of ever finding it. But then you came along.
Me too,
I don't
man.
know exactly how to thank you. It's hard to explain how much this means to me. It's funny, now that our time together is finally ending. I'm at a loss for words. Let's just watch the end together.
Done. Good little tree. The best little tree. Thank you, children. This means a lot. Yeah, thanks for everything. Shucks, I only did what any super awesome best buddy would have done. We should probably give you some time alone now. You good? Yeah, I am. It's been a while, dear. How are you feeling? Everyone keeps asking me that. I'm fine, really. Pa always says the only thing fitter than a fiddle is a cello. I feel like a dang cello. Well, if you ever stop feeling like a cello, I'm here for you. You know, I know, you don't even have to say it. You two make an awesome pair. Excuse me? We're a trio now. Yep. Thanks. Aw. There's just one thing missing now that you're a part of our group. Missing. Let me tell you a little story about a man named Hank Atomic. Oh god. I won't be long. We'll be waiting for you back at the phone booth. I found the perfect way to start our summer. You've got some good friends. I'm so proud of you. Your father would be so proud. I know. Mom, can I ask you a question? Do you ever dream about Dad? Not a night goes by that I don't. Are you ever afraid that you're going to forget him? Forget what he looked like? Forget his voice? No, because so much of him lives on in you. He loved that old tree, but I know he would have loved this one more, because his two favorite people planted it. I'll give you two of them. Hey, Dad. Dr. Modwell says that over the next few years this place should warm up, so you won't have to be so cold for much longer. I think I finally understand why you left that night. There were things you believed in. Big things. Those beliefs were the things that made you, you. If you wouldn't have stood up to Sharper, stood for what you believed in, you wouldn't have been the same person anymore. You had to go. But it didn't mean you loved us any less. I might not visit you as much as I used to. I know you understand. Oh, that was so good. Oh my god. You know what? Watch the credits. Alright, alright. I liked Kirsten Mize. I don't know. I liked her storytelling. The way her voice is nice. It was very crisp. That was so good. I hope that they make some other game some other time, because damn, that was so good. Oh. Every character was just so good in their own weird way. It was. I even liked the little shits that were supposed to be. I liked the bullies. They were funny, and all they really wanted to be was, or all they really wanted was to be included. And because they weren't, they were bored and they were acting out. And you know what? That's what kids do, I guess. Like, and the fact that it didn't officially actually end with, you know, somebody having to die, or the real end is Sharper gets a second chance, everyone gets to be happy, things get to improve. I'm so happy. I'm so happy for them. And I left it. It's been 5 hours. Almost 5.5. And I enjoyed every minute of that. And there was, what? How many other hours have I played this? Let me look real quick. Let's see. 2 hours. Okay, so it took me about 7 hours to play this game. And it had me hooked from the beginning. I wanted to keep going so badly. This wasn't really a very Halloween-y kind of game, was it, in the end? But that's fine. I can always go back to Resident Evil Village. And I'm pretty sure I've got a few other quote-unquote scary games that I can play. I'm still waiting for some suggestions of games to play, though. Ideally, games that aren't like $60, but like, you know, I do want some October-themed, not themed, but like, you know, games for the season! It's the spoopy season. Gotta get some spoopy games going. This one was weird enough to count, though. Thanks for what? Oh, it's almost done. There's still a little bit more. Ooh, it's Solomon! But good night, and thanks for watching. Good kick, yeah. Oh shit. I'm not touching anything. This just automatically goes. Ruh-roh. Alright, hiding spot games and fellow traveler. Thank you so much. This was so good. Does this just restart it? Yeah. Wow. We went through a lot. This one didn't really matter, but it was a good way to start. So good. Okay, well, I need to get out of this chair. My new chair is not going to come for like a week. Actually, what's today, Tuesday? Yeah, it'll be here next Monday, allegedly, so. Ideally, by the time I stream my next big many hour stream, I will be sitting in a new chair that hopefully will not hurt as much in longer sits. But we'll see what happens. Um, Thanks for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it as much as I have because I enjoyed this so much. I will see you all uh, Thursday morning after work. Good night.